This audiobook is a non-profit fan adaptation of the web novel The Primitive Ancient Snake. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1251. Whoosh. Furukawa's clone flashed and came to another cosmic sea area, and this area is even more despairing. This is the area under the jurisdiction of the Eternal River. Just kidding. At this moment, Furukawa's pupils shrank. He simply couldn't believe the scene he saw with his eyes. Compared with other masters, the scene in this place was really amazing.
Boom.
I saw that this space sea area it runs through one after another the vast rivers of time and space, as well as the river of destiny. Their length is boundless, with no beginning and no end. Even though the cosmic sea is vast and claims to be boundless, these rivers still run through this area. The sound of rushing water is extremely shocking. Vaguely, this place seems to have become an area where rivers intersect. It can be said that this area is more desperate than other areas under the jurisdiction of the Master, because there is no gap at all in this place. Everywhere is a place where the forces of the Eternal River are spread, which simply leaves these cosmic overlords without body place. It's like under the control of fate, countless sentient beings have nowhere to hide. Damn it, how could we be so unlucky that we actually came to the area governed by the Eternal River? There are rivers everywhere, and they flow endlessly. This is like entering the territory of the Eternal River. We have nowhere to escape. This is simply the worst situation. Run away. We can't continue. Otherwise, we will die in vain. We can't be so stupid. The expressions on the faces of many cosmic overlords are extremely ugly. Although they are determined deep down in their hearts to take advantage of this opportunity to break through the overlord, that is only when there is hope. If there is no hope and they are still reckless, they are seeking their own death.
Got it.
Oops, there's no way to escape. At this moment, the face of a universe overlord changed.
Wow.
The next second, from these rivers of time and space, as well as the river of destiny and other rivers, terrifying monsters came out one after another. They are monsters of time and space, monsters of fate, death monsters, etc. They are all powerful creatures condensed by various laws of origin. Each one is no less than the Lord of the universe, and their number is endless, just like a flood. Just looking at the number of these monsters is enough to make people feel extremely desperate. Disobeying the Lord's prohibition is a serious crime, and the crime should be punished. Kill, 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 kill them all. Wipe out, wipe out. Wipe out completely. In an instant, these terrible monsters roared at the same time. Their eyes were cold and emotionless, and they seemed to have no emotions. They are a combination of laws, and the defenders of order. It can be said that they have no emotions. Only absolute reason can follow the orders of the Lord of the Eternal River and specifically kill all existences that violate the Lord of the Eternal River.
Boom.
In an instant, these time and space monsters, fate monsters, and death monsters are not talking nonsense at all. They are heading towards these in an instant. The overlord of the universe came to attack. Suddenly, waves of terrifying time and space fluctuations came over. It seemed that the time and space of this chaotic void were disrupted, creating the power of time and space resonance, tearing everything apart. This power is aimed at the destruction of life. The body can shatter the body of almost all living things. It is difficult for any life of flesh and blood to survive the strangulation of the power of time and space. But this is just the beginning. What is even more terrifying is the fluctuation of fate, which is like the corrosive power of fate, eroding this chaotic space and time, everywhere, as if a catastrophe is approaching. Such fluctuations of fate are silent and extremely fast, which are not something that these masters of the universe can dodge. Often when they sense it, the power of time and space erosion will crush it. And this kind of power is aimed at the soul. Once the corrosive power of fate comes, it can instantly shatter the souls of countless lives into powder and disappear. This is the monster of time and space, and the horror of the monster of fate. They have mastered the power of the law of origin and the supreme source energy, so they have an overwhelming advantage. Even the existences at the level of universe overlords will face death when facing these monsters. In an instant, these cosmic overlords, as well as many cosmic masters who were watching the show, were unable to resist. They were immediately strangled by the ubiquitous power of time and space, the power of fate, and the power of death. However, in just a few seconds, these lords of the universe died. Their bodies and souls were completely turned into ashes under such strangulation, and they could not withstand even a second. No matter how famous they were before, but now turned into dust of history. Too strong. Seeing this scene, Furukawa's pupils shrank. He could deeply feel the tyranny of these monsters. They were definitely more terrifying and unfathomable than those monsters in the cosmic sea. Moreover, their bodies seemed to be immortal. Once immersed in it, in the long river, the injuries on the body can be recovered quickly and even return to the original state very quickly. This is because they have been tempered by the eternal river body so that they contain a trace of the original energy of the master, which also makes their strength gain. It has improved geometrically. More importantly, in this cosmic sea area, countless rivers crisscross, almost everywhere. And these monsters are creatures living in these long rivers of time and space and long rivers of destiny, can easily teleport to any place in the river. In other words, no matter which lord of the universe in this area tries to break through the dominator, they will easily sense or even intercept them. Once discovered by them, they will immediately being attacked by countless monsters of time and space and monsters of fate. The fate will be exactly the same as that of the lords of the universe just now. This area has become a desperate place, and no cosmic overlord can cross the suppression of the eternal river of domination. Furukawa couldn't help but sigh. He could feel that the power of this place to dominate the eternal river was everywhere. It was basically built into a river and mountains like iron barrels, which was extremely terrifying. Of course, the area of the universe sea is so large, even if it is impossible for these long rivers of time and space and the long river of destiny to completely cover them. Covering even 1/10 is extremely difficult. But even so, when the overlords of the universe break through the master, they will produce vast chaotic phenomena. It is completely possible to arrive in time to prevent the other party from breaking through. In this way, no matter where the universe overlord is, he will definitely face these monsters. If these monsters are not completely defeated, their breakthrough will be impossible, and they may even during the breakthrough process, he was beaten to death by these monsters. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1252. Well, what does it feel like? Why does it feel more terrifying than the area governed by the Eternal River? At this time, Furukawa discovered that another clone of himself was in another area of the universe, and an unusual change seemed to have occurred. A vast, evil, chaotic, cruel, dark, etc. force filled the universe sea, as if countless monsters poured out from the chaotic void. Rumble. In an instant, dark cages appeared one after another in this cosmic sea area, containing countless taboo monsters. Obviously, this is the area governed by the Infinite Prison. And these dark cages are the famous final prisons of the cosmic sea. Legend has it that countless taboo beings in the cosmic sea have been imprisoned from ancient times to the present. Monsters that are unkillable, indestructible, and destructive are all imprisoned in this cage. To a certain extent, it is the emergence of the infinite prison that reduces the number of killings in the chaotic cosmic sea. Otherwise, the cosmic sea will become more chaotic and the number of casualties will be even greater. No way, what a joke. He actually opened the prison. Is he crazy to dominate the infinite prison? The hairs of a cosmic overlord stood up and felt a great chill. Who doesn't know how terrifying the creatures imprisoned in the prison are? Each one is a cosmic sea monster that is difficult to kill. Only by being imprisoned and entering the prison can they be safe.
Come down.
But now this prison is actually going to be opened, and the prisoners inside are released. This is simply equivalent to opening Pandora's box and releasing disaster into the world. This must be a disaster for countless lives in the entire universe. In order to kill us, it seems that the Lord of the Infinite Prison has already risked his life. It does not care about any price, because it is a supreme lord, and it does not matter how many mortals die. The other cosmic overlord clenched his fists, his face extremely gloomy. Click, click. In an instant, one of the cages opened, and 2 or 3 monsters slowly crawled out from it. Each monster's body was measured in light years. Extremely vast. If it were just that they were huge, but more importantly, these monsters were filled with an aura of incomparable evil and seemed to be condensed from endless sins. The moment they appeared, all the monsters in the universe were stunned. The lords felt a great chill and were trembling all over. They felt as if they had seen the end of the world coming. However, these monsters were tied with black chains one after another. It seemed that it was precisely because of these black chains that they were able to control them. Their actions prevented their violent tempers from breaking out. These are not ordinary chains, they are infinite chains. It can be said that the length of this infinite chain is infinite and can almost extend to the end of the universe. That is to say, once tied to the body, even if the opponent escapes to the end of the universe, he can easily pull it back. In addition, these chains are also immortal and cannot be destroyed at all. Even if these monsters struggle hard, they cannot break these infinite chains. Break free. Even the infinite chains have terrible punishment power and sealing power. Once it penetrates into their bodies, they cannot get rid of it. As long as the thought of dominating the infinite prison moves, these prisoners can be made worse than death and suffer eternity.
Torture.
Air, this is free air. How long has it been since I last smelled the free air of the outside world? It is really intoxicating. A monster breathed the outside air greedily, with a very excited tone. It has been imprisoned in a cage for more than hundreds of millions of cosmic reincarnations. Such a long time has made it almost forget that it once roamed freely in the cosmic sea. Yes, only when it loses freedom can it know the value of freedom. Damn it, this is the Thousand-Maw Demon. This taboo monster is not dead yet. The face of an ancient lord of the universe changed greatly, and he immediately recognized the true identity of this monster, which was the thousand-throated demon. The demon with 1,000 throats? What kind of existence is this? Some young masters of the universe no longer know these ancient taboo messages because they are legends, and time can almost drown all existing messages. When the origin continent first appeared, many ancient gods and taboo existences were born, and the thousand-throated demon was one of them, which was extremely terrifying. The Lord of the ancient universe said solemnly, "It is said that it is a demon with 1,000 faces, a monster that controls dreams. Anyone who encounters it will fall into endless nightmares and will never be able to extricate themselves. The power of nightmares can even corrode reality. Countless lives have died because of it. It can be said that this is an ancient taboo. Just feeling its power will make you completely crazy. This is a taboo that cannot even be mentioned in ancient times. But it is said that it failed in the battle with the Master. I thought it had been killed by the Master, but unexpectedly it was imprisoned and entered the cage, became a prisoner, and has been imprisoned to this day." It told the information it knew.
What?
Many masters of the universe were shocked. The terrifying monster in front of them was actually an ancient god originally born in the origin continent. This ancient god became the master of the universe almost as soon as he was born. Unparalleled tyranny. It is said that in the original continent of origin, it was an era of melee among the gods. Countless gods fought earth-shattering battles. In the end, these ancient gods gave birth to the 9 masters. From then on, the chaos was ended and the continent of origin was a certain degree of order was achieved. and those ancient gods who were the losers were naturally killed or imprisoned. At this moment, they could not imagine what the chaos was like in the beginning of the origin continent. But why not kill this demon with 1,000 throats? The Lord of the Universe asked. Simply, because it doesn't kill me. Without waiting for the Lord of the ancient universe to answer, the monster opposite answered, I am the demon with 1,000 maws, a monster that controls nightmares. I am an existence between virtuality and reality. As long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me. I have to die, even if I am the master. I can sneak into the dream of any life. As long as the life can dream, I will not die. I will definitely be reborn in a dream. The so-called infinite prison master did not kill me in order to limit my power. Instead, he chose to imprison me in a cage so that I would not see the light of day. As soon as these words came out, the hairs on the hairs of these universe masters stood up. Although they had long known that the infinite prisons contained some incredible monsters, they did not expect that they would be so terrifying. A master of the universe actually appeared. The forbidden monster that cannot be killed is so terrifying. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1253. Xianxia, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have the chance to come out and breathe the free air, so I won't let you die so quickly. We can play slowly. At this moment, another monster Xianxia said with a smile, staring at the masters of the universe with evil intentions. It looked like a black insect, and it was filled with an ominous aura, as if it was a collection of doomsday, which was simply chilling. The ending magic insect. This is the ending magic insect. Wasn't it killed by the master long ago? How come he's not dead yet? The Lord of the ancient universe was in disbelief. He simply didn't believe what he saw, because the black bug in front of him was the famous apocalypse demonic bug. What kind of taboo existence are the end-of-law demonic insects? A young lord of the universe couldn't help but ask. That is an extremely terrifying monster. The Lord of the ancient universe clenched his fists. It once spanned the cosmic sea and swallowed up one universe after another. Wherever it went, all universes ushered in their doomsday and entered the age of ending Dharma. All life was swallowed up by it. It can be said that it was an extremely vicious space sea monster at the beginning. It could be called the king among the space sea monsters and controlled countless subordinates. Unfortunately, it offended a master and was killed. But that was a rumor before. Now it seems that the magic insect did not die, but was imprisoned in an infinite prison until now. He looked at the Momo demonic insect in front of him with a very solemn expression. This is the terrifying monster in legend, the king among countless monsters in the universe sea. What he has done has even shaken the universe sea. Only the Lord himself he took action to capture the opponent. It is conceivable that even if the opponent is the pinnacle title of Master of the Universe, he is definitely the top existence. In terms of combat power, it may be second only to the Lord. If this is the case, then why are you still attacking us? The Lord of the Universe shouted. You are imprisoned in the infinite prison, and you must have resentment towards the Lord in your heart. Why don't you join forces with us to resist the tyranny of the Lord? Why let's kill each other here? He wants to instigate these monsters. Others are also moved. If they can persuade the other party, then they can not only avoid conflicts between the two sides, but also increase their own combat power. This is a plan that kills two birds with one stone. Madness. The remaining monster looked at the lords of the universe calmly. Ignorant people are really fearless. You have no idea how terrifying the Lord is. Even if you all put together, you can't shake the rule of the Lord. I will follow you. Rebellion is nothing more than letting our prison terms continue to be lengthened. But things are different now. The Lord's infinite prison promises us that as long as we can kill a cosmic overlord who violates the taboo, our sentence will be reduced to a certain extent, and we will be released from the prison soon." What? Many universe masters were shocked. They didn't expect that the master of the infinite prison would actually reduce the prison terms to make these monsters take action. This is indeed a big deal, especially for these monsters who have been imprisoned for countless universe reincarnations. For me, this is simply pie in the sky. There is no reason to miss it. You are the overlooker of all things. How could you be imprisoned in an infinite prison? The overlord of the universe was stunned and seemed to finally recognize the true face of the remaining monster. The one who overlooks all things? Could it be another vicious space sea monster? Many lords of the universe asked. No, the one who overlooks all things is a sage who has never done anything harmful to nature and is a member of the righteous camp. Although he has extraordinary combat power, he has never bullied the weak with a gun, but now that he has been caught in an infinite prison, it is really unbelievable. The overlord of the universe simply couldn't believe his eyes. Whoever told you that prisoners in infinite prisons must be criminals, many of them have not actually committed any crime. The one who overlooks all things said calmly. This. Everyone was shocked. This was the first time they had experienced anything like this. The dominator of the infinite prison has never been the kind of existence that considers mortals. What it wants to do has always been whatever it wants. All the top experts it likes will be captured by it and imprisoned in the infinite prison. It's just because most of the prisoners it imprisons are taboo monsters. That's why you mistakenly think they are from the justice camp. The overlooker of all things said, telling an extremely cruel truth. It means that the reason why the Lord of the infinite prison captures those taboo existences is purely like collecting treasures. Ordinary people like to collect things like gold, silver, and jewelry. But the Lord of the infinite prison likes to collect the top, special, and even unkillable strong men in the universe, so it will personally take action to capture all these taboo beings. Of course, it has never done such a thing. Without explanation, the world thinks that the master of infinite prison does such a thing for the sake of the cosmic sea and to maintain the order of the cosmic sea. In fact, this is purely a hobby of the master of infinite prison, not out of kindness. Purpose. Of course, objectively speaking, the action of the infinite prison has indeed made the universe see a lot more peaceful. Jie, stop talking nonsense. I can't wait to tell these ants. Kill these ants and reduce my sentence. The thousand-throated demon was filled with murderous intent. Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, these three taboo monsters immediately took action. Each of them was an invincible powerhouse. When they took action, it was simply earth-shattering, shaking the 9 heavens and 10 places.
Click. Click.
In an instant, the magical insect opened its mouth and swallowed many lords of the universe in an instant, swallowing them directly into its belly and becoming the food in its belly. And the thousand-throated demon was filled with endless energy. The power of the nightmare instantly pulled these universe masters into the dreamland and immediately began to fall asleep. The overlooker of all things also took a look, as if time and space had stopped at this moment, and many universe masters could not even move. I was instantly shocked to pieces. Very strong. This scene was naturally seen by Furukawa. He could feel the tyranny of these taboo existences. They are worthy of being second only to the Lord. Their strength is simply unfathomable. And similar taboo existences in this cosmic sea area, they kept appearing, killing the overlords of the universe who were trying to break through the overlord, causing a bloody storm. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The foundation of the infinite prison of domination was too profound, and every prisoner was a soldier of the infinite prison of domination, sweeping everything. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1254. At this moment, The last cosmic sea area is controlled by the tomb of Chaos God. This Furukawa's clone also arrived at this place, but he immediately sensed that this area was unusual and completely different from other cosmic sea areas. This area was filled with the breath of death, just like Abyss ruins and Doomsday ruins. Generally speaking, there is decay, death, fall, and other forces everywhere. One cemetery after another appears in this chaotic void. There are dense tombstones in this place, as if it has turned into an endless cemetery. Oh no! We have arrived at the tomb of the Chaos God. In an instant, a cosmic overlord saw his current situation. His face was extremely serious. It can be said that he has never been so vigilant in his life. To be honest, the master of the Chaos God's tomb is an extremely mysterious existence. He rarely takes action and even rarely takes action. He rarely appears in front of the world, and just guards the final cemetery, just like a tombkeeper. But even so, many masters of the universe are still afraid of the Chaos God tomb, because the other party is too ancient. It is said that it is when the origin continent was just born, the first gods. Just imagine, in the age of the gods melee, countless taboo beings fought with each other, but the tomb of the Chaos God still survived and has survived to this day. It can be imagined that the Chaos God, the horror of the tomb, and living for a long time, is an incredible power in itself, which is enough to prove that the other party has extraordinary abilities. And the many tombstones that appeared at this moment made these universe overlords feel extremely vigilant, as if a kind of an indescribable sense of threat permeated the surroundings. Rumble. The next second, these cemeteries began to shake, and countless tombstones emitted dazzling black light, intertwined with each other, like webs of death. Immediately afterwards, these tombstones shattered, and black coffins seemed to fly out from them, and densely packed origin runes appeared on the black coffins. These origin runes are extremely terrifying and weird, like black tadpoles, constantly flowing, making people feel chilling, as if they are curse runes. Click, click, click. Immediately, these black coffins were opened, and terrifying corpses crawled out from them, as if they had been dead for an unknown period of time. Their bodies were filled with the smell of death, decay, curse, etc. The moment these corpses appeared, many universe masters were immediately horrified. Damn it, isn't this an extremely evil demon who has died long ago? The hairs of a cosmic overlord stood up, and he immediately sensed that one of the corpses was filled with a monstrous evil aura, as if the corpse had stayed at the moment of death. It can be said that in addition to death, the owner of this corpse, all the strength in life is preserved in this body, and it still exudes the aura and power of its peak moment. Just the moment it appears, all living beings feel endless malice, as if a peerless demon appears in front of them, creating endless bloodshed. It is indeed an extremely evil demon that has died a long time ago. It was actually killed by the master a long time ago, and it was still in full view of the public. This can never be faked. The extremely evil demon is indeed dead, but its corpse was buried in the tomb of the Chaos God. It seems that the time of its body is fixed at the moment of death, retaining its peak power. Are you kidding? How can such a thing be done? It's impossible. The Lord of the ordinary universe cannot do such a thing, but the Lord can do it, especially the Lord of Chaos Tomb, whose power can indeed do this. Many masters of the universe were talking about it. They were shocked. They didn't expect that the legendary master of the Chaos Tomb could actually do such an incredible thing. He was obviously a strong man who had been lost long ago. Once he died, the power on his body will completely dissipate. But under the power of dominating the tomb of the Chaos God, these corpses can be fixed at the moment before death, so that these corpses still have peak-level combat power. It can be said that each of these corpses in front of you they are peerless strong men who have never fallen. Everyone can vaguely see the endless grace of these peerless strong men during their lifetimes. No way. If that were the case, then over the course of countless universe reincarnations, how many peerless powerful men would have fallen and died, and how many peerless powerful men's corpses would have been buried in the tomb of the Chaos God. The Lord of the Universe had a horrified look on his face, as if he had thought of something terrible. Countless, perhaps to a certain extent, the Master of the Tomb of Chaos God is the strongest master and the most powerful master. A cosmic overlord looked solemn, because it has buried countless powerful people and generations of monsters have been buried in the cemetery. It can be said that there are monsters from every era standing behind it. No. If that's the case, then the enemy we have to face later is not as simple as the extremely evil demon, but the strong man accumulated from generation to generation over tens of billions of universes and reincarnations. The Master of the Universe couldn't help but swallowed a mouthful of saliva. To a certain extent, this is indeed the case. We may have to face an unprecedented situation. If we cannot defeat these strong men of all ages, we will definitely die this time. The Overlord of the Universe said solemnly. Are you kidding? The geniuses of every era are extremely terrifying. They can sweep away opponents of the same level and suppress an era. The appearance of a few such monsters is enough to be terrifying. Now that they all appear, how can we fight against them? Many masters of the universe couldn't help but have expressions of despair on their faces. It was extremely terrifying for them to think about this situation. The geniuses of one era after another crawled out of their graves, each with their peak combat power. It was like, modern society is like a siege. Suddenly, the most famous generals in history such as Bai Qi, Xianxia, Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, Li Yuanba, Lu Bu, Yu Fei, and others suddenly come back to life, just to siege a boxing champion. No matter how you think about it, it feels like that. The boxing champion was already cold. It was estimated that he would be beaten half to death if he met him, and even if he called an ambulance, he would not be able to save him. At this moment, they felt that they seemed to be in a life-threatening crisis.
Boom.
But they didn't wait. These masters of the universe came up with any solution. Suddenly, these corpses from black coffins stood in the chaotic void. Their eyes revealed a terrifying light. It seemed that at this moment, these corpses ushered in resurrection, as if resurrected from ancient times to this day. A vast, majestic, and peerless evil energy burst out at this moment, shaking the cosmic sea. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1255. Look, that's the Pill King of Doom. The Lord of the Universe was shocked and immediately recognized the true identity of one of the corpses. The other person was the famous King of Doom Dan, who once ruled an era. The King of Bad Luck Pills? What is the origin of this? A giant who lived hundreds of millions of years ago in the universe. It is said that he was born with a talent for alchemy and could refine a variety of top-notch elixirs, attracting the pursuit of countless cultivators. However, the elixir he refined seems to be extremely powerful, but it has a side effect. That is, it will deprive him of his luck, causing him to have bad luck again and again. It can be said that anyone who takes the King of Bad Luck pill will basically have bad luck. If the situation is better, they may be able to avoid the disaster just by losing money, but if it is serious, they will die due to various accidents. It is said that countless lives were lost due to his elixirs. Although he never killed anyone with his own hands, he killed countless people. Indeed, I have also heard of the King of Doom pills. The legend is simply astonishing. It is said that after this incident was exposed, King Doom Dan caused many masters of the universe to pursue him. It is a pity that the King of Bad Luck pill is able to swallow up the luck of countless sentient beings, making himself the luckiest person in the world. No matter what level of siege he encounters, he can escape with luck, and even let those who chase him, personally, all died violently. No way. This Pill King of Doom is so terrifying. No one can do anything to him. Naturally, not many people could do anything about it. He was so unscrupulous that he suppressed an era, a full 100 million universe reincarnation years, and made countless universe masters fearful of him. After all, The elixir he refined has no markings and is no different from other elixirs. If ordinary people don't know it, they will take it immediately, resulting in bad luck. But even so, there is no one who doesn't get wet when he stands by the river. At his peak moment, the Gate of Origin appeared. Because he had been invincible for too long, he turned evil and began to challenge the Master. As one can imagine, the result was that the Dan King of Doom was killed in one blow, and no luck could protect him. The genius of a generation fell like this, and countless lives in the Origin continent also recovered from the nightmare. Many masters of the universe have been talking about it, saying that this King of Doom Dan is a peerless evildoer who has suppressed 100 million universe reincarnations for 100 million years. His combat power is earth-shattering, shocking the past and the present. But even so, the other party offended the Master and still died. But this cannot deny the terrifying power of King Doom Dan. He can definitely sweep away all the monsters of the same level. Even the monsters in this era, few are his opponents. Now that he has restored the combat power of his heyday, but one can imagine the terrifying power of the opponent. This battle is simply extraordinary. Look, that's the Clone Master. The Lord of the Universe looked horrified as he recognized the true identity of the corpse of a peerless, powerful man. Master of Clone? Could it be that he is another peerless, strong man who can compare with the King of Doom Dan? A cosmic overlord said with emotion, "Of course, the Lord of Cloning is more terrifying than the King of Doom Alchemy. He is proficient in cloning and can clone countless identical lives. Even the soul, personality, and appearance are different. Exactly the same. So it is conceivable that his power has expanded rapidly, and he has cloned countless copies of himself, forming an extremely powerful army of the Lord of the Universe. He alone is a country, an ancient force, suppressing the world. The most terrifying thing is that he not only cloned himself, but also extended his clutches to other masters of the universe, trying to clone countless masters of the universe and become his loyal subordinates. It is said that in the era when clone masters were rampant, countless masters of the universe were terrified, fearing that the clone master would find their genetic information and clone a life exactly like themselves. Damn it, with such an unscrupulous approach, doesn't anyone want to kill him? Who would want to have another clone who is exactly like himself and doesn't obey his orders? If this clone killed himself, wouldn't it be possible to easily replace him and seize all his wealth? The universe overlord nodded. It is indeed extremely evil. At that time, countless universe masters in the Origin continent wanted to beat him to death, and even established an anti-cloning master alliance with great momentum. It's a pity that this is of no use at all, because the clones of the Lord of Clone are too numerous to count and spread everywhere. As long as all the clones are not killed, the clone master will not die, so no matter how many times they kill them, the clone master can still appear alive and kicking in front of everyone. My God, this is indeed the peerless demon king who suppressed an era. No one can do anything about it, the kind that is invincible. If so, how did he die? Some universe masters are extremely curious. Since a monster of this level has been suppressed for an era and is invincible, who else in the world can kill the clone master? Naturally, the clone master seeks death. The overlord of the universe sighed, because he has been invincible for too long and suppressed hundreds of millions of universe reincarnation years, which made him feel extremely bored and felt that life was meaningless. So he began to secretly steal the genetic tissue of the master and try to clone the master. Damn, this guy is so audacious that he even wants to clone the master. If he succeeds, what's the point? Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect that the clone master was so terrifying. He even dared to attack the master. In short, because of this incident, it completely angered the overlord. The overlord personally took action, found all its clones, and beat them all to death. From then on, the Lord of Clones completely fell and disappeared from the history of the cosmic sea. The overlord of the universe said, Many masters of the universe are speechless. These geniuses who have suppressed one era after another are really terrifying. Each one is an invincible monster of an era. If they had not offended the master, they would not have died at all, until they may still be alive now. But now these monsters have actually resurrected from the cemetery. If you want to beat them to death, no matter how you think about it, their future is bleak. This is simply a situation of death and no life.
Boom.
Nothing to wait for. The Lord of the Universe thought too much, and the overwhelming corpses spread. They were all the geniuses of each era, resurrected from ancient times, and wanted to kill these beings who tried to break through the Lord's ban. In an instant, a big war broke out, affecting everyone. Trillions of light years in radius. Is this the way to dominate the tomb of Chaos God? And this scene was naturally seen by Furukawa, and he was deep in thought. After all, if he wanted to break through the master later, he might have to face the same situation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1256. Whoosh. A moment ago, Furukawa's true body appeared in a remote place in the Universe Sea. It happened that this place was difficult to reach by the power of the Nine Masters. After all, the cosmic sea is so vast and boundless that even the Lord cannot monitor and control every corner. There are still many places that the Lord cannot peek into. But such a place is not so easy to find. Only Furukawa, the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, whose power spreads all over the cosmic sea and can sense every move in countless places in the cosmic sea, can find some safe place in the chaotic situation. At the same time, with the help of any door, he can easily reach any place in the Universe Sea. This is indeed an opportunity. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. If it were the previous Six Paths of Reincarnation, with the power of the Nine Masters, it would naturally be able to blow it up, causing the Six Paths of Reincarnation to be shattered, and they could also take the opportunity to leave. But after hundreds of millions of eons of uninterrupted progress by the Nine Masters' assistance, this has also caused the Six Paths of Samsara to evolve countless times, and its tyranny has reached a level unprecedented in eternity. It can be said that the Six Paths of Samsara at this moment is so strong that even the Nine Masters cannot break it. It is like a huge reincarnation cage, trapping them in reincarnation. If they cannot control the authority of the six reincarnations, then they will be trapped in reincarnation for the rest of their lives, and will never be able to leave. Even life and death depend on the enemy. Under their control. To a certain extent, this is also a cocoon that they have trapped themselves in. Without their full help, the Six Paths of Reincarnation would not have been able to evolve so fast. It can be said that success or failure is Xiaohe. This is the principle of the cycle of heaven. But they actually expected this, because if you don't enter the Six Paths of Reincarnation, you will die slowly. If you enter the Six Paths of Reincarnation, you can still gain a glimmer of life. Anyway, this is the ultimate battle. If you don't succeed, you will die. But why can that kid get out? Isn't he also a sentient being in the Six Realms? The dominating figure Beast was very unconvinced. Naturally, because he is the Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation and controls the authority of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, he has privileges, and there is nothing he can do about it. The master with a big mouth said with a smile, "Can we just watch this kid become a master and do nothing about it?" The Dominator Talisman Beasts are very unwilling. They are very sure of seizing the Six Paths of Reincarnation. After all, Furukawa is only the master of the universe, so how can he compete with them for power? But it is different now. Once Furukawa is promoted to the Dominator realm, they were immediately on the same level as each other, even if their strength was far inferior to them. The problem is that their combat power has been reduced by an unknown number of times, which greatly reduces their probability of winning. This is something they absolutely do not allow, no variables allowed. Of course, we can't just watch him break through. The Lord Eternal River said coldly. He wants to break through the Lord so easily.
Nothing in the world is that cheap.
Let our people take action together and kill him in front of the Gate of Origin. It just so happens that this guy shows up, so we can kill him completely. When the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation falls, we will be even more foolproof. Then issue an order to have our people rush over quickly and kill the kid instantly before he breaks through. Stupid little devil, do you think this is all our power? Even if you hide at the end of the universe, see, you can't escape our pursuit. He is dead this time. Now is the time to reveal all your trump cards. There is no need to hide anything. Just activate the ultimate method and kill him in the sea of space. Kill the chickens and scare the monkeys, and let the world see the consequences of offending the master. He is just another stupid young man trying to challenge the authority of the master. He will also become the dust in the depths of history, like those geniuses in history. Only we can be immortal. The 9 masters looked at each other and immediately began to issue orders. At this moment, the entire cosmic sea began to undergo unimaginable changes and seemed to be completely overturned. A rumble. At this moment, Furukawa's heart moved. He felt the huge murderous intention filling the chaotic time and space in all directions. It was everywhere. In an instant, a talisman soldier suddenly appeared. They were like a legion of legions generally spread from the chaotic void, forming a rune array, unabashedly revealing the peerless murderous intent on their bodies. Vaguely, countless origin runes crushed over, bursting out bursts of terrifying rune power. Seems to be able to destroy one universe after another. The number of these talisman soldiers exceeds hundreds of millions, which is more than 10 times more than those used to deal with other universe overlords, and they are still coming in a steady stream. Kill. In addition, a huge army of flower slaves also attacked and killed them. They are the army closest to Furukawa. Now they have abandoned other universe overlords just to strangle Furukawa. One huge picture after another it came crushing, as if the universe of paintings was suppressed, trying to make Furukawa fall into an endless maze of paintings, unable to extricate itself. Obviously, the first ones to arrive were the 2 armies that dominated the picture beasts and the rune beasts. The speed is extremely fast, which cannot be compared with the reinforcements of other masters. After all, they are essentially the power of talismans and pictures. They have no specific form, so their speed is much faster than other lives, so they came in the first step. Wanna stop me? Your strength alone is not enough. Furukawa glanced sideways and pointed lightly.
Boom.
The next second, a talisman flew out from his body. It was an important weapon of faith, the original ancient snake talisman. After countless epochs and the tempering of countless believers, at this moment, the primitive ancient snake talisman has evolved into the level of the cosmic treasure, and this talisman seems to have come to life. Immediately, it transformed into a vast primitive ancient snake, penetrating through billions of trillions of light yen. That body is extremely huge, entangling the chaotic universe circle after circle. It is different from Furukawa. It is the snake of faith condensed by the power of endless incense and faith, and it is the good wish of endless believers. The collective body contains the power of immortality. As long as the faith of all living beings is immortal, it will be immortal. No matter how many times it is killed, it will be reborn quickly. It is simply an immortal snake. In an instant, the original ancient snake Fu roared and let out an earth-shattering roar, as if the roar of infinite believers erupted, containing unparalleled weight. Such a roar simply shattered the chaotic time and space, causing many great laws to shatter. In an instant, in the meantime, a large number of talisman soldiers and flower slaves were shattered into powder. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1260. However, these rune soldiers and flower slaves are also immortal beings. They are puppets born from runes and scrolls. As long as the original energy is not exhausted, they can be sentient beings countless times. At the moment of their death, countless talisman soldiers and flower slaves were reborn. Do you want to compete with me for the power of rebirth? I'm afraid you are not as good as the original ancient snake talisman. Seeing this situation, Furukawa raised his eyebrows unmoved, his heart still. You must know that the original ancient snake talisman is different from the past, and its power has shown a geometric improvement. After the 6 reincarnations, with the crazy expansion within, the 6-path universe swallowed up 1% of the universe, and the lives in these universes also became 6-path sentient beings. After reincarnation, these lives also reincarnated into the human world, the heaven world, and the animal world, and some of them also became believers of the original ancient snake. Even if it is a small number in the face of such a large number of lives, this number is extremely astonishing. As can be imagined, the number of believers in Furukawa has shown explosive growth since ancient times. No lord of the universe can have as many followers as Furukawa. Even if most of them are shallow believers, each shallow believer contributes a little bit of power, and when added up, it is an extremely astonishing amount. Therefore, now the original ancient snake talisman, the accumulated power of faith, is simply outrageous. Even the power accumulated by the Lord cannot compare to the current primitive ancient snake talisman. If you want to consume the power of faith inside the original ancient snake talisman, even if the Lord arrives in person, it is impossible to do it without spending billions of epochs. Vaguely, in the inner space of the original ancient snake talisman, these powers of faith almost condensed into substance, as if condensed into a golden state, completely condensed from liquid solid. If other universe masters saw this scene, they would be scared to death. It is estimated that they have never seen such a huge power of faith in their lives. It is like a poor man seeing the money in the home of the richest man in the world. The gap, it was really too big.
Wow.
The next second, the primitive ancient snake talisman shook slightly, and suddenly billions of small primitive ancient snakes appeared in the chaotic void. These were all clones of the primitive ancient snakes. They were like an army of primitive ancient snakes, scattered throughout the chaotic void. These talisman soldiers and flower slaves suddenly began to fight with each other. It was like 2 huge legions fighting. It was a fight, extremely fierce, and almost no winner. But for Furukawa, there was no need to decide the winner. He just needed to delay the time so that these talisman soldiers and painting slaves would not disturb him. That was enough. As long as he being able to be promoted to master, these are just scabies diseases, nothing to worry about. Did it come so quickly? At this moment, Furukawa raised his eyebrows and looked into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. It was just a delay of a second. As these painting slaves, talisman soldiers, and other powerful enemies arrived, reinforcements from other masters, they also arrived near Furukawa one after another. They showed their tyrannical momentum and strength unscrupulously, making no secret of it. This was an upright army, overwhelming people with force, surging forward. Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, you actually dare to reveal your true form, be promoted to Lord, and expose your whereabouts. Today is your death day, and I will kill you here on behalf of the Lord. Evil eyes suddenly. They are all subordinates who dominate the gray eyeballs, and each of them exudes an aura of incomparable evil, darkness, curse, and madness. Densely packed evil eyes appear in this chaotic void, as if like a hornet's nest. They appeared collectively and seemed to completely pollute this chaotic time and space in an instant. Jia, we're going to take the life of this Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. This is a big fish. The Lord of the Infinite Prison has made a promise. Whoever can kill the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation will be completely free and get out of the infinite prison. Kill him. Kill the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and I must regain my freedom. Many taboo monsters that came out of the infinite prison have also appeared. Each one is extremely terrifying, and they are taboo-level existences. Now they all come out of the prison crazy. They are all completely crazy at this moment, looking at Furukawa. His eyes are like looking at the ultimate prey. because the benefits from dominating the infinite prison are really too great. Whoever can kill Furukawa will be able to get out of the infinite prison and be completely free. This is for those who have been for the taboo monsters who have been imprisoned for billions of years in the universe. There is no better reward than this. They are desperate to gain freedom. Xianxia, that's interesting. Is this the most outstanding genius of this era? To be able to force the 9 masters to such an extent, even we can't do such a thing. It's normal. Times are moving forward, and one generation will become more powerful than the next. There is absolutely no reason why the ancients are more powerful than the later generations. It is conceivable that more powerful monsters will definitely appear in the later generations. It's a pity that the genius of this era has fallen like this and died in our hands. It is also our long-cherished wish to be able to kill the most powerful genius of the era. Many ancient creatures crawling out of the tombs were talking about it. They also emerged from the chaos void. These were the corpses that came out of the Chaos God's tomb. Their combat power was still at the peak of their life. Although they were still, he has some memory and wisdom, but he is already a puppet controlled by the Lord Chaos God's tomb, and he cannot escape the control of the Lord Chaos God's tomb.
Mine, everything is mine.
The corpse of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation belongs to our Lord Xuependeko. No one can snatch it away. Xianxia, the flesh and blood of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation must be extremely delicious. I must eat him alive. Go up, go up, go up together, devour him. No one can stop us bloody servants. In an instant, endless blood mist surged from the depths of the chaotic void. They were all the men who dominated the bloody mouth, bloody servants, and contained extremely evil power. They were like locusts, devouring wherever they went. Everything is frightening. It can be said that when they appear, no grass will grow in any universe. Any world will fall into destruction and enter the state of doomsday, and everything will be swallowed up. They are the messengers of death and the spreaders of doomsday. Destroying everything they see, they are locusts in the cosmic sea. Therefore, the moment they saw Furukawa, they were all extremely excited, as if they had seen delicious food, and they could not wait to pounce on Furukawa immediately. 5 horses cut the body into pieces. At this moment, the Lord's gray eyeball, infinite prison, tomb of chaos god, bloody mouth, and other subordinates came over. They were also considered the second batch of powerful enemies to attack. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1261. They are all rotten evil creatures, and they dare to scream in front of me. Seeing these enemies coming to attack, Furukawa glanced sideways, feeling very calm in his heart, with almost no disturbance. He immediately took out a talisman from his body. It was obtained from the Dark Organization after the previous annihilation. The 6-character mantra contains 6 origin characters. Each origin character has incredible power. If the 6 origin characters are superimposed and complement each other, this is not as simple as 1 + 1, but presents growth at the multiple level. This has also resulted in the power of the 6-character mantra being unprecedentedly powerful, probably even comparable to that of the Lord. Om, Ma, Ni, Beng, Mi, Hum. In an instant, as soon as the 6-character mantra came out, Buddhism, the 6 voices burst out at the same time, just like the first syllables of the universe sea, containing unparalleled sacred power. At the same time, the original energy of Furukawa was superimposed, which doubled the power of these 6-character mantras.
Wow.
Suddenly, from these 6 origin words, bursts of vast golden light erupted, just like the Buddha's light in Buddhism, dyeing the area with a radius of hundreds of trillions of light years into gold. Vaguely, countless Buddhas seemed to sitting in the chaotic void, meditating cross-legged, beating wooden fish, and reciting a series of supreme Buddhist sutras. Endless Sanskrit words are superimposed together, seemingly forming an endless Sanskrit chant. The power of this 6-character mantra is extremely powerful, although it is only an auxiliary ability. One thing is that it has unimaginable lethality against evil creatures, almost overwhelming destructive power. The moment the 6-character mantra vibrated, it seemed that the entire universe was echoing OM. Well, ba, me, hum. The 6-character sound buzzed. This chaotic space and time vibrated at this moment, as if a huge bell was vibrating, clanking, clanging, clanging, like morning bells and evening drums. It can be said that this is the unimaginable power of the origin of music. Ah! It hurts so much, my head hurts so much, it feels like someone has opened it. Damn it! What kind of sound is this? How come it feels like the rhythm of the origin, the first syllable of the cosmic sea, contains incredible power? Stop now, stop shouting, shut up now. Immediately, these evil eyes, those taboo creatures imprisoned in the infinite prison, and the corpses crawling out of the graves were severely injured. They screamed shrilly, as if Sun Wukong had encountered a tight curse. I suddenly felt a splitting headache, as if someone drilled my head with an electric drill, causing them to feel unprecedented pain. Even the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty were probably nothing more than this. I have never experienced such torture in my life. What is even more terrifying is that their bodies were illuminated by endless Buddha light, as if ice and snow met the sun. They melted one after another, making sizzling sounds at the same time. Each one of them let out a shrill scream and disappeared completely, almost instantly. To be honest, it's not that they are not strong enough, it's just that they encountered the restraining power of the 6-character mantra. Especially the corpses crawling out of the cemetery, they were even more powerless to fight back, and the vitality in their bodies was wiped out all of a sudden. Let them completely return to the tomb, losing all power. Their skeletons were directly destroyed, and the power of death on them was instantly dispelled. They returned to the chaos, and their souls were integrated into the deepest part of the chaos. It seems that at this moment they have obtained complete rest. Even before they disappeared completely, each of them looked extremely calm and happy. It seemed that they had finally escaped the control of the Master and could return to eternal peace.
Boom tilde tilde.
As the 6-character mantra continued to vibrate, it seemed that there are billions of Buddhas reciting scriptures of salvation, allowing all dead creatures to find complete rest. Those corpses crawling out from the depths of the tombs have suffered heavy injuries. No matter how powerful they were in life, death they are also dead objects after that, with their own huge shortcomings. Facing the power of the 6-character mantra, they have almost no power to resist. This is not only true for these corpses, but also for those evil creatures. This is the biggest encounter they have encountered. His nemesis was severely damaged almost instantly and could not pose any threat to Furukawa. In an instant, with Furukawa's body as the center, within an area of hundreds of trillions of light years, the Buddha's light shone, and all evil creatures were there as no escape. All evil creatures who dare to be illuminated by the Buddha's light will be purified into residue in an instant, turning into wisps of smoke and completely disappearing into the cosmic sea. This time they are really dead. They will be destroyed forever. Even if the Master of the Chaos God's tomb personally takes action, he will not be able to make them crawl out of the tomb again. Haha, you're a bunch of idiots. Just because you want to deal with the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation is simply ridiculous. Let's just look at it. At this moment, a group of weapon beings came to attack. They were all subordinates of the giant axe. They were all knife beings, sword beings, axe beings, etc. They had mastered the art of weapons almost by nature. He is a born martial arts master.
Wow.
It can be said that their strength is more terrifying than other cultivators. Their bodies are filled with Gingjin Qi, like the sharp force that tears the universe apart, and they are invincible. Whoosh! The moment they appeared, billions of sword energies came bombarding them, constantly cutting through this chaotic time and space, tearing apart everything, and everywhere they went was like a locust sweep. Any existence will be torn apart by such a sharp force, and no one can stop it. And they are not evil creatures. They are not afraid of the power of the six-character mantra at all, so they attack and kill without restraint, showing off their monstrous edge. Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, you are not a creature that belongs to this time and space, and you are not a member of fate. Just die for us and be destroyed immediately. In an instant, another group of monsters arrived. They controlled the river of time and space, and the river of destiny seemed to run through this chaotic time and space and enveloped this area. This made Furukawa unable to escape or avoid. They are the masters. Under the hands of the eternal river are endless monsters of time and space and monsters of fate, from which endless power of time and space and power of fate permeate. It is as if they themselves are symbols of the law of time and space and the law of fate, and they are the ultimate defenders of the law. Warriors, it is difficult for any existence to compete in front of them. The moment they appeared, it seemed that time had stopped at this moment, forcibly condensing the space and time, trying to fix Furukawa in this second of time, making him unable to move. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1262. Don't mess with me. Fall into eternal sleep. Furukawa glanced sideways.
Boom tilde.
He grabbed it with his big hand and immediately took out two cosmic secret treasures, the morning bell and the evening drum. These are the two cosmic secret treasures he had obtained before, and they contain incredible power.
Bang zang bang zang bang zang.
In an instant, the morning bells and evening drums began to vibrate and sway, and bursts of the power of the original rhythm were stimulated from their bodies. This is also the first syllable of the universe C. But the power of such syllables and the six-character mantra are not the same. Similarly, it is not like the six-character mantra that purifies all evil creatures, but hypnotizes all creatures. All creatures that hear the sound of morning bells and evening drums will involuntarily fall into a deep sleep. Unless the morning bells and evening drums ring again, it will be difficult for them to sleep. I woke up from my sleep. This is the power of the law of origin, which even the Lord of the ordinary universe can hardly resist.
Wow.
I saw that with Furukawa's body as the center, the morning bells and evening drums continued to oscillate, producing bursts of sound wave fluctuations, sweeping in all directions, 9 days, 10 places, affecting hundreds of millions of light years. Suddenly, those monsters and weapons crawling out from the long river of time and space and the long river of destiny were instantly enveloped in the sound of morning bells and evening drums. It seemed that at this moment, the entire cosmic sea came to a standstill, and the space between heaven and earth only the morning bells and evening drums are left vibrating and ringing. This is the only sound that sounds in the universe sea. What happened? Why do I feel like sleeping all of a sudden?
Impossible.
I have always been loyal to my duties and have not slept for countless epochs. Why do I suddenly want to sleep today? It must be the fault of the sound. It has a hypnotic effect and can make us fall into a deep sleep. Immediately stop these voices from intruding into our sea of consciousness. We can no longer listen to them. No, there is absolutely no way to stop it. Even if you cover your ears and isolate your spiritual consciousness, it will not help. It ignores any isolation force and can be transmitted directly to our souls. The damn Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. How come he has so many weird magic weapons on his body? How many methods does he still have that he has not used yet? The faces of many monsters changed drastically. They felt the fatal crisis. At this moment, they seemed to feel drowsy and fell asleep. Endless sleep surged in, almost drowning their sea of consciousness. And this power was unstoppable to them unless they are out of the attack range of morning bells and evening drums. The problem is that their purpose is to prevent Furukawa from being promoted to master. If they stay away from Furukawa, this goal cannot be achieved at all. Now they feel extremely aggrieved and have a feeling that their power is nowhere to be used, even if no matter how terrifying their fighting power is, if they can't get close to the enemy, there is nothing they can do.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, these monsters that attacked and killed were unable to resist the invasion of sleep, and they stayed in their original position stupidly. On the ground, they fell asleep peacefully. And the quality of sleep was so good that even if someone stabbed them to death with a knife, they would not wake up. At this moment, each of these monsters were stunned, and some even started fighting. Hulu. This scene was naturally seen by the masters of the universe in the distance. They were all stunned and in disbelief. My God, it's so powerful. The Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation is so tyrannical that he can defeat these monsters with just a few moves, without any effort. The titled Lord of the Universe was simply stunned. You know, many universe overlords have encountered the same situation before. As a result, they were beaten to pieces by their men, fled in confusion, or even died. They were no match for them. But this Lord of the Six Paths of Reincarnation has encountered joint attacks by the 8 masters one after another. The degree of danger is even more terrifying than those of the overlords of the universe. It can be said that such a situation is full of dangers, and there is a narrow escape from death. No matter how you look at it, the other party is completely cold. If they put themselves in the situation, they feel that they have no hope of survival at all. They can only close their eyes and wait for death. Maybe they will die more happily this way. But now, the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is so terrifying that he has used some methods, that's all. They beat these master subordinates to pieces, and they couldn't even get close to the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation. Comparing the two, it shocked many lords of the universe. They felt the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation for the first time. That kind of invincible strength. So that's it. Is this the combat power of the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation?
It's really terrifying.
This is probably the most powerful person named Lord of the Universe in history. Anyway, I have never seen anyone named Lord of the Universe more terrifying than him. Is not that right? Although there's been a great genius of the era before, it was impossible to withstand the attacks and killings of so many masters, but the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation is different. It is not only as simple as resisting, but also completely defeating all the masters' methods. It's simply terrifying. To be honest, if I hadn't witnessed it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed such a ridiculous thing, but with the facts in front of me, I couldn't help but not believe it. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a peerless evildoer who can compete with the 9 masters. He is the most powerful lord of the universe that has been born since ancient times. If he does not have this kind of strength, how can he compete with the master? If this is the case, perhaps there is some hope of competing against the overlord. There is no doubt that if the master's backup man can't do anything to the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation, then the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation will definitely be promoted to master today. No way could it be that after hundreds of millions of universe reincarnations, today, the 10th master has finally begun to be born? Many lords of the universe were talking about it. They looked at each other, and they could see the shock deep in each other's pupils. If the Lord of the Six Paths of Samsara is really promoted to the Lord, then the Lord of the Six Paths of Samsara will be the 10th Lord in history. Of course, there were some evildoers who were promoted to masters with the title of Lord of the Universe before, but not long after they were promoted, they were beaten to death by the 9 masters, which is not considered a promotion. Only immortality, only eternity, can be regarded as a master, so those beings who were beaten to death are naturally not considered masters. They are only half-step masters at most. Wait, it seems that there is a way to dominate, and that is the way to dominate the Vientiane castle. At this moment, the face of an ancient lord of the universe suddenly changed. It seemed to feel waves of terrifying murderous intent, which was countless times more terrifying than the murderous intent just now. In fact, it was not just this ancient lord of the universe. Other masters of the universe also felt such a huge crisis. Furukawa raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but look at the chaotic time and space in the distance, as if a terrifying force of disaster was coming. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1263. This is the power that dominates the Vientiane castle. Furukawa's pupils shrank. He felt that in the depths of the distant cosmic sea and the depths of the dimension, there seemed to be 129,600 ruins of civilization. Each ruin of civilization contained the terrifying power of calamity, the end of the world, the power of disaster, the power of ruins, the power of death, etc. Countless catastrophic powers are superimposed together, as if the end of civilization is coming, resulting in the catastrophe of the end of the law, causing countless sentient beings to fall into a state of destruction.
Wow.
Suddenly, the chaotic space-time with a radius of hundreds of millions of light-years has produced waves of terrifying void cracks, like countless spider webs, densely spread all over the surroundings. This is a doomsday disaster composed of 129,600 ruins of civilization. It brings the end of civilization and the end of life for the universe and all living beings. Once it comes, the power of such a disaster is enough to completely blow up and destroy the entire chaotic universe. It can be said that this is the master of the castle of all things. The ultimate method swept across 9 heavens and 10 earths, making many universe masters feel frightened. It seemed that the aura of disaster coming down was enough to make them disappear.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the endless power of doomsday disaster gathered together, and it seemed that a big hand covering the sky was formed, which seemed to be the Hand of Doom. And this Hand of Doom emerged with endless doomsday runes, and every faint breath seemed like countless civilized lives wailing. Pain and despair. At the moment when civilization died, they seemed not to believe that they had died like this. The civilization that was originally so prosperous could not see the slightest trace of decline, but at that moment it was completely destroyed. All life there, all dead. One can imagine their despair and unwillingness. These forces gather together to form a Hand of Doom, covering the sky and the sun. Even an ordinary chaotic universe is not as huge as this big hand. It seems as if this Hand of Doomsday can crush many universes with just one squeeze, showing unparalleled power. But at this moment, this Hand of Doomsday is crushing towards Furukawa and appears above Furukawa's head, seeming to crush Furukawa, beat him alive and shoot him to death in this chaotic time and space. Oops, the castle that dominates Vientiane has taken action. I have long heard that the master who dominates the Vientiane castle is the most insidious master. He always does not take action personally, but secretly plots against others. Now it turns out that this is indeed the case, and he only takes action at the end. No wonder the lord of Vientiane castle did not take action before. It turned out that he wanted to accumulate enough power at the last moment, and then give the Lord of 6 Paths of Samsara a fatal blow, so that the Lord of 6 Paths of Samsara would not have the strength to fight back. This kind of doomsday catastrophe is really terrible. I'm afraid it can be compared to the blow of an ordinary master. In this way, the Master of 6 Paths of Reincarnation will not only die, but also be seriously injured. Now is the critical moment for promotion. No injuries are allowed, especially when you are promoted to Dominator. If you are injured, all your previous efforts may be wasted. This is the plan of the Dominion Castle. It does not have to kill the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. As long as it prevents the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation from being promoted, it will be considered a complete success. You're right. How can it be so simple to be promoted to a master? Even if no one blocks it, the success rate is extremely low. After hundreds of millions of universe reincarnations, few can be promoted. It is so difficult even if there is no one to block it. Once someone blocks it and is seriously injured, there will be no hope of becoming a master. Insidious. The castle that dominates everything is so insidious and extremely shameless. Many masters of the universe were talking about it. They held their breath, and they could feel that Furukawa was facing a near-death situation at this moment. It was almost inevitable and unstoppable. If they were in this situation, they would almost definitely lose. There is no chance of survival. It can only be said that the plan of dominate Vientiane Castle is too powerful, and the timing of catching it is also perfect. Are you still trying to kill me now? It's too late. Furukawa looked at the hand of doom that slapped down above his head indifferently, and he pointed lightly.
Boom tilde tilde.
The supreme doomsday spell, the door of reincarnation. At this moment, a huge portal immediately stood in the chaotic void in it. It was as if the portal of the six-path universe was suddenly projected in front of Furukawa, hanging above his head. It can be said that this is an evolved version of the Gate of Eternal Life, the only portal of the six-path universe, and contains earth-shattering power. If the previous Gate of Eternal Life could easily block the attack of the Lord of the Peak Universe. But the current Gate of Reincarnation is obviously many times more powerful than the original Gate of Eternal Life, especially during the 6 paths of reincarnation evolution. After several times, the power of the Gate of Reincarnation has become even more outrageous. Its defense can easily block the attacks of ordinary masters. In fact, it is precisely because of the power of the Gate of Reincarnation that it can block the attack. The 9 masters came out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and could only be trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation. Of course, what Furukawa summoned now was the projection of the Gate of Reincarnation, but even so, its defense power was extremely amazing, enough to stop it. Any normal juggernaut attack. What kind of portal is this? The Lord of the Universe was completely stunned when he saw this scene. He saw that this huge portal was extremely amazing, just like the door of life and death, the door of cause and effect, the door of yin and yang, the door of chaos, and the door of eternal life. A combination. Although this portal is not as good as the Gate of Origin, it contains the incredible power of reincarnation. It is like a huge and vast black hole, swallowing endless matter. If the Gate of Eternal Life is the Gate of Immortality, the pinnacle, it is difficult for the Lord of the Universe to break through the defense, so the Gate of Reincarnation is actually the Gate of Devouring. Any enemy attack that enters the Gate of Reincarnation will be completely devoured, leaving no trace left, and all the power will be destroyed by the power of reincarnation. Swallowed it all.
Boom tilde tilde.
The next second, the big hand covering the sky, the hand of doomsday, slapped down and slapped firmly on the door of reincarnation. At the same time, the power of billions of doomsdays exploded, shattering this chaotic time and space. It seems that at this moment, the power of countless catastrophes exploded, shattering countless materials, making countless masters of the universe tremble with fear. Even a wisp of breath can make them die. But even this doomsday, the hand is extremely terrifying. It is a collection of power from the ruins of the end of civilization, but it still cannot shake the power of the Gate of Reincarnation. Therefore, all the power of Doomsday was completely swallowed up by the Gate of Reincarnation, and the huge Gate of Reincarnation still stands in Furukawa. In the sky above, it is like a door god that has existed for eternity, protecting all living things in the door. Even the master is difficult to shake. This is the power of the Gate of Reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1264.
Click.
Immediately, after the hand of doom slapped on the Gate of Reincarnation, most of its catastrophic power poured down, and countless attack power had been swallowed up by the Gate of Reincarnation. At this moment, the vast hand of doom seemed extremely dim, as if this thick, Sky-covering hand was falling into pieces at this moment, as if it was about to collapse. Too strong. Many lords of the universe were horrified. They felt that this was simply a turn of events. At first, they felt that the Hand of Doom was slapping down, and the Lord of Six Paths of Reincarnation must have been cold. But with the emergence of the Gate of Reincarnation, they could easily resist the Hand of Doom. The power was equivalent to a hard slap on their face, and it was also the kind of shooting from left to right. They had no idea that the Lord of Six Paths of Samsara could be so tyrannical. Various methods emerged one after another, and each time it exceeded their imagination. It refreshed their knowledge. At this moment, they were extremely ashamed. They were still frightened by the invincible reputation of the master. Even if it was a tyrannical and invincible master, there was someone who could compete with it. However, Furukawa ignored the thoughts of these masters of the universe. After resisting the attack of the Hand of Doom, the power of his soul immediately communicated with the Gate of Origin in the depths of countless dimensions.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, a vast sound erupted, just like the first sound of chaos opening, and the huge door of Origin slowly opened at this moment. I saw that the deepest part of the Gate of Origin seemed to be hazy and chaotic. It was impossible to see what was inside. It seemed to hide the truth and endless mysteries of the world. Immediately afterwards, the law of origin, the energy of origin, various laws of information, the law of the Great Road, the law of the world, and the secrets of infinite spells all surged down like a river, like a landslide and tsunami. Such vastness is as if the Milky Way has stopped flowing and countless stars are falling down from the sky at the same time. This scene is extremely vast and amazing, showing an epic, ancient, and immortal look. This. Many lords of the universe looked at this scene dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw such an astonishing scene. Even with the naked eye, they could see it. The endless energy of origin and the breath of the law of origin condensed together and seemed to turn into one after another. The giant dragons that penetrated the ancient times all landed on Furukawa's head. Immediately afterwards, the energy dragons condensed from these origin energy and origin laws fell into his body and integrated into every part of his body, the deepest part of each cell. In the end, these majestic laws of origin and energy filled his sea of consciousness, integrated into his soul, and penetrated every corner of his body. It seemed that at this moment, the bottleneck on his body was completely broken now. His original power reaches the power of 100 million cosmic reincarnations. This is already the limit that the body and soul of the original ancient snake can bear. Even if it increases a little bit of power, it is impossible. The limit is the limit, not maybe more. But it's different now. It seems that at this moment Furukawa has completely broken the bottleneck in his body and soul, as if he has dug a gap somewhere. Then the surging energy rushes along this gap in an instant at the same time. This gap also made the gap bigger and finally disappeared completely. At this moment, Furukawa felt that the power in his body was growing endlessly.
Boom tilde tilde.
An aura that is more ferocious than the original demon gods of the origin continent, more kind than the kindest sages, more peaceful than the boundless sea of the universe, and more noble than any god, permeates Furukawa's body, and in an instant it covers the chaotic areas in all directions, covering hundreds of trillions of light years of time and space. Oh my God, Lord, this is the aura that only lords can have. Many ancient masters of the universe felt this aura, and they were so frightened that they crawled in the chaotic void. This was not their intention, but out of the instinct of life. It was like low-level herbivores facing high-level carnivores. Usually, people who are frightened by the opponent's fierce and superior aura will crawl to the ground, begging the other person not to eat them. The gap between the master and the ordinary master of the universe is even greater than the gap between herbivores and carnivores. More than billions of times, the two are simply not creatures of the same level. At this moment, the eyes they looked at Furukawa were no longer looking at the Lord of the universe at the same level, but a higher level existence, that is, the Lord. At this time, The faces of the 9 masters who were in the 6 paths of reincarnation changed. Apparently, they sensed the sudden change in Furukawa's aura at this moment. Stop him. Stop that kid immediately, and definitely not let him continue to be promoted to the master, otherwise it will be okay. Who else can check and balance him? The dominating figure beast couldn't help but roared, trying to break out of the 6 paths of reincarnation and prevent Furukawa from continuing to advance.
Boom.
But it just moved, and its huge body instantly hit a huge reincarnation barrier. Even if it was according to it is impossible for the power of the Lord to break through the 6 barriers of reincarnation. Even most of the impact force is swallowed up and absorbed by the 6 reincarnations. Only less than 1% of the power that can harm the 6 barriers is also this makes the defense of 6 paths of reincarnation more powerful than ever before. Even the Lord cannot try to escape from it. It's useless. We can't leave the 6 paths of reincarnation at all. We are completely trapped in this place. The castle that dominates Vientiane said in a deep voice, saying that even if they want to take action, it is impossible now. They can only remain as bystanders and watch the changes. Damn it, I was fooled.
I really was fooled this time.
Maybe that kid deliberately let us enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is a conspiracy. The purpose is to trap us in the reincarnation and prevent us from coming out. This is not true at all. It is a cage that holds the master. The Lord's blood basin was furious. It felt that people like it had been completely fooled. It was because of the treacherous trick of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation that it ended up like this. Haha, it is indeed a calculation, but it is also a calculation we are willing to do because if we do not do this, we will still end up dead. Only by entering reincarnation can we find a glimmer of hope. The dominating giant axe sneered. It has already figured this out, but even so it has to get involved, because now it has no choice. This is the general trend of the cosmic sea. If it does not follow the general trend, it will be defeated by the torrent of fate. No one in this world is immortal, no one is superior, and everyone may be overthrown. Even the 9 strongest masters of the universe, who have suppressed countless eras. They are not properly prepared to deal with such drastic changes in the times. Method. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1265. It is true that the waves behind the Yangtze River push the waves ahead, and a new generation replaces the old. The master of the Chaos Tomb said with emotion, I didn't expect that a small pinnacle title of Lord of the Universe would actually force our 9 masters to this point. It is simply unbelievable and has never been seen in ancient times. This is the first time it has felt such tremendous pressure. It seems that if it makes one wrong step, it will die. Can we just watch that kid become a master? The master's gray eyes said unwillingly. We were already one move away from each other, and this time it was indeed the kid who won. The Lord of the Eternal River said lightly, We lost because we did not fully understand him. It is said that only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in every battle. We don't understand him, but he knows us well. This is our disadvantage. In fact, their only chance was to completely kill Furukawa before he was promoted. But now it seems that their only chance has failed. Rumble. When the gate of origin blasted open, Furukawa felt the deepest part of his body and received the endless energy of origin and the message of the law of origin. At this moment, his body and soul were washed and condensed, and the power in his body was rapidly expanding at a geometric rate. Every cell in his body seems to have felt Furukawa's promotion, constantly cheering, jumping for joy, radiating vitality, and containing endless original energy. This is the instinct that comes from the evolution of life. It seems to transcend the restrictions of the law of the universe and the sea, and completely breaks away from the constraints of the law of the universe and the sea. Strength is increasing. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He felt that his power was increasing at a geometric rate. You must know that when he was only at the peak of the title of Lord of the Universe, his power was infinitely close to the power of 100 million universe reincarnations. This is the ultimate power of the pinnacle title Lord of the Universe. No matter how hard he tries, he cannot achieve a breakthrough. This is the limitation of the law of the universe. But it is different now. When Furukawa was promoted to the realm of dominance, he immediately discovered the bottleneck that originally trapped him was gone all of a sudden. He felt that his original energy had been instilled by the Gate of Origin and had been greatly improved. Of course, it was not just as simple as the gift from the Gate of Origin, but more importantly, it is a gift from the original energy of 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, Furukawa, as the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation, created the supreme existence of 6 paths of reincarnation. As the 6 paths of reincarnation continues to evolve, he also gains huge benefits from it. However, because Furukawa has not been promoted before, the domination realm has caused most of the original energy to be stored in the 6 paths of reincarnation and has not been instilled in him. But it is different now. Furukawa has been promoted to the domination realm, and the bottleneck in his body has been completely broken, which has promoted him to the supreme state has also caused incredible changes in the body, which is enough to accommodate a larger source of energy. It can be said that before Furukawa's power was greatly improved, his original ancient snake body first underwent transformation, resulting in earth-shaking and violent changes. Changes that he could not even imagine. The body of the Dominator. Is this the body of the Dominator? Furukawa's eyes showed a frightening light. He found that after he was promoted to the realm of domination, in addition to the unimaginable transformation of his soul, his body also underwent earth-shaking changes.
Wow.
He felt the body of the ancient snake is growing, and growing. The vast body of the snake literally penetrates part of the cosmic sea. The snake body wraps around and around, penetrating this cosmic sea, as if it is entrenched in this area. The super basilisk of the cosmic sea, the god who dominates a sea area. At this moment, it seems that the endless universe is surrounded by the body of the primitive ancient snake. Every elementary universe is as small as a glass bead in front of the body of the primitive ancient snake. In general, his original ancient snake body was also filled with auras of holiness, vastness, antiquity, chaos, reincarnation, destruction, etc., as if he were the supreme god who dominated everything. At this moment, many masters of the universe naturally saw this scene. Everyone is extremely shocked. Oh my god, are we about to be promoted to the realm of dominance? There is no doubt about this. If you see that body, it must be the body of the Lord. It is rumored that the body of the Lord is immortal and immortal. It is comparable to the defense of the treasure of the universe. Even if we join forces to bombard it, we cannot harm the body of the Lord at all. However, the body of the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation is too huge. Even if I have seen many huge cosmic sea monsters, I can't compare with it. The only one who can compare with it is probably the Lord of Eternity. Both are mythical creatures whose bodies have no beginning and no end. This is a matter of course. How mysterious is the body of the Master? It is said that their bodies have formed their own universe, created their own laws of the universe, and have broken through the limits of the laws of the universe and sea, so they can grow endlessly. However, our title as the Lord of the Universe has not broken through the limitations of the law of the universe and the sea, so it can only be fixed within a certain range and cannot grow without limit. This is the limit of life. So, no wonder the Master is so tyrannical. Has it turned out that he has broken through the limits of life and reached another level of non-living things? That's right, it's because of this that the Lord is the real God. He controls the creatures in the heavens and the world. No life can compete with the power of the Lord. Many lords of the universe were talking about it. They were extremely shocked when they saw Furukawa's unbridled display of his true body, the body of the original ancient snake. This was also the first time Furukawa showed his true body. They all felt like it in their hearts. They were extremely shocked and felt that they were extremely insignificant in front of the body of this primitive ancient snake, as if they were dust and insignificant. They could only feel the same feeling when they saw the eternal river that dominated the world. But they felt that they saw both. The feeling is different. When they see the eternal river, they feel eternal, immortal, and all-encompassing. They even see time, space, and destiny, as if they are seeing their own destined life. This is a kind of fateful power, as if their fate is just a drop of water in the river, which makes them extremely desperate and unable to escape the shackles of fate. They are just ants in the torrent of fate. But when they saw the body of the original ancient snake, they saw sacred, immortal, vibrant, eternal, and even endless reincarnation. It seems that their souls and bodies will be swallowed up and enter the reincarnation. They can't help but crawl on the ground, chanting the true name of the original ancient snake, to survive the reincarnation. It seems that if they enter reincarnation, they will be protected by reincarnation, gain the power of eternal life, and no longer need to worry about being harmed by other things. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1268. What a wonderful power! Furukawa was immersed in the power of his evolved primitive ancient snake body. He felt that his body was stronger than ever before. Even if he waved the snake's tail lightly, it could stir up the boundless waves and cause the universes to shatter like glass. He was beaten to pieces like beads. Although his body was extremely huge, he did not worry that the enemy would target his original ancient snake body. Because his original ancient snake body was integrated into one body, and the surface of his body contained dense reincarnation runes, as if they were origin runes intertwined with endless origin laws. Any enemy or attack that falls on the body of the original ancient snake will be completely swallowed up by the reincarnation runes, leaving no trace behind. It will not harm Furukawa's body. It can be said that the enemy is not attacking Furukawa's original ancient snake body at all, but attacking the 6 paths of reincarnation and the huge black hole that swallows all energy. This is the tyranny of the Dominator's body. Basically, there is no the shortcomings are perfect. It is impossible for any enemy to target the Dominator based on the shortcomings of the huge body. Strength begins to increase. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. When his master's body evolved successfully, he discovered that the original energy from the Gate of Origin and the depths of the 6 paths of reincarnation surged in like a landslide and tsunami and surged into his body. If he were still in the realm of the Lord of the Universe, facing such a terrifying and vast origin energy, he would definitely be afraid to avoid it. After all, his body could not bear such a huge energy and would be burst alive. Just like a dam cannot bear it. If the flood suddenly surges, the embankments will surely burst. But it's different now. When Furukawa's original ancient snake body evolved into the body of the Dominator, the original energy that his original ancient snake body could hold was almost endless. There is no upper limit. Why is this? It is because every cell in his body has transformed into the elementary universe, and every cell can accommodate the huge source energy of the elementary universe. Even with the influx of energy, every cell, a Dominator cell, will evolve and transform into a medium universe or a high-level universe. So you can imagine the terror of the Dominator's body. It is really like a black hole. There is no upper limit to Rong-Nai's origin energy. No matter how much it comes, it can devour it. Clatter. At this moment, Furukawa felt that his power was increasing at a speed beyond his imagination. The power of 100 million universes of reincarnation, the power of 200 million universes of reincarnation, the power of 300 million universes of reincarnation, the power of 400 million universes of reincarnation, the power of 500 million universes of reincarnation, 800 million, 1 billion, 1.5 billion, 2 billion. In the end, his power increased to the full power of 2.5 billion universe reincarnations. At this moment, his power began to stop and did not continue to skyrocket. Too strong. Furukawa's eyes showed a terrifying light, which seemed to penetrate the infinite time and space of the universe sea. He felt that every inch of his body's pores were emitting thousands of dark golden light, which made countless universe masters unable to open their eyes. It is as if he is the sun that has existed for eternity in the cosmic sea. His vast primitive ancient snake body swings gently at will, and the chaotic time and space in all directions of the cosmic sea trembles, as if an earth-shattering earthquake has occurred. Countless life forms in the cosmic sea, he couldn't stand still, like a natural disaster. With just a breath, the endless chaotic air currents in the cosmic sea area with a radius of hundreds of trillions of light years kept cheering. It seemed that with his body as the center, the endless chaotic air currents surged. Coming, a chaotic storm was created. Any life that comes close to this storm will be torn into countless pieces. It can be said that his existence alone is an unimaginable disaster for many monsters in the cosmic sea. Is this the domain of dominance? Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He felt that when his soul, blood, original energy, law of origin, and other forces were intertwined with each other, his power almost reached its peak, and incredible changes occurred.
Wow.
In an instant during this time, with his body as the center, a vast and unimaginable realm world was created, covering an area of billions of trillions of light years. In this realm, he is the master and can easily distort the laws of the avenue. This is his domain world, or domain universe. The domain of dominance. There is no doubt that this is a powerful domain that can only be obtained after being promoted to the dominance. What a powerful force! Furukawa was amazed. Although he had fought against the 9 masters before and felt the power of the domination domain, he only felt the tyranny of the domination domain after he truly owned the domination domain. Many lives in the domain have it, even if they are. Immortals also have the power of the domain. But the domain of domination is completely different. It is a domain that is condensed by the dominator after understanding the laws of the 3,000 avenues and part of the laws of origin, and then integrating the original power of the dominator. Therefore, the domain of domination is beyond imagination. Powerful, this is a manifestation of the power of the law of origin. Any life that enters the domain of dominance will be suppressed by the power of the domain and will lose its cultivation in an instant, as if it were demoted to immortal. This is why, regardless of the title, no matter how many lords there are in the universe, it will be difficult to compete with the overlord. They will be beaten to ashes in an instant, and no bones will be left. Only understanding can compete with the domain, and the overlord can compete with the overlord. However, the domain power of each overlord is different and has its own unique understanding of the law of origin. Also results in each master having his own domain. For example, the master of the tomb of chaos god has the realm of death, which can control all the power of death, as well as dead creatures. The master of the infinite prison has the seal and the realm of time and space. It has the power of the realm to imprison all living things, and it is difficult for any creature to escape from the prison realm. The ruler of the eternal river has the realm of time, space, and destiny, so it controls time, space, and the power of destiny, and it is difficult for any life to escape. Escape from the constraints of time, space, and fate. The powers of other masters' domains also have their own advantages, which all come from their understanding of the law of origin. My domain of dominance. In an instant, Furukawa was immersed in the perception of the power of his own domain. He discovered that with his body as the center, within a radius of billions of trillions of light years, a huge chaotic millstone seemed to have emerged. And this chaos, the millstone, shows the lines of the 8 diagrams, yin and yang, 5 elements, time and space, life and death, cause and effect, etc., intertwined with each other and filled with incredible power. This is the power of reincarnation. It seems that all life entering this millstone cannot escape the 6 paths. unable to escape reincarnation. There is no doubt that the domain he dominates is the realm of reincarnation. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1269. Rumble. At this moment, Furukawa's promotion to Master was completed, and the Gate of Origin was crumbling. The barrier formed by the endless light of Origin was gradually dissipating at this moment, like glass, constantly shattering. Obviously, the Gate of Origin's protection of Furukawa is coming to an end. The vast energy of Origin, as well as the endless information about the Law of Origin, were all swallowed up and absorbed by Furukawa and kept as his own. This saved Furukawa how much time he had spent in the reincarnation of the universe. But at this moment, unimaginable murderous intentions came from the chaotic void in all directions, and seemingly endless monsters surged in like a tide. Obviously, these monsters still did not stop during the process of Furukawa's promotion to Master. They came from all over the universe and surrounded the place where Furukawa was promoted. However, due to the protection of the Law of Origin, they could only watch Furukawa being promoted, obediently staying outside the Law of Origin and quietly waiting for the end of the promotion process. But as time goes by, the number of these monsters increases, almost all over this chaotic time and space. Success? This damn Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation actually succeeded in being promoted to Lord. It's a capital crime. This is a capital crime that violates the Lord's prohibition. This guy will definitely die. But he succeeded in becoming a master, and we may not be his opponents. Stupid. He has just been promoted to master, and has not stabilized his foundation at all. This is the best opportunity to kill him. If you miss it, this village will not have the shop. We have the power given by the master. It is easy to kill a newly promoted master. Come on, let's go together and kill this guy and cut him into pieces. Absolutely no life is allowed to continue to exist that disobeys the Lord's orders, and everyone will surely die. Many monsters were talking incessantly and filled with murderous intent. They were all staring at Furukawa, and they were unscrupulously exuding endless murderous intent. It was simply undisguised.
Wow.
The next second, these monsters took action collectively, erupting with unimaginable destructive power, as if the 9 masters had joined forces to strike together, producing unimaginable power. So strong. The combined destructive power of these monsters is actually so powerful that it can probably be compared to a single blow from the Dominator. It must be a blow comparable to that of the Ancient Master. After all, these monsters contain a trace of the power of the Master. Now, when they are all added up, one can imagine the terrifying degree of such destructive power. I don't know if the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation can withstand such an attack. I think the result is still very uncertain. After all, the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation has just been promoted to Lord. It is simply harder for a mortal to withstand the attack of such an ancient lord than to ascend to heaven. Indeed, it is not that I have not been promoted to Master with the title of Lord of the Universe before, but so what? I was killed alive by the 9 masters, and my body was not intact. Indeed, it is either promoted to the Master or ended. Whether it can withstand the subsequent pursuit of the 9 masters, and whether it can survive is the real key. Many masters of the universe also saw this scene. They really felt this invincible power, shaking the Chaos Sea area in all directions. If they had not witnessed this scene with their own eyes, they would hardly believe it. I can't believe that the combined power within these monsters can actually compare to a strike from the Dominator. If these monsters had used this strike just now, I'm afraid not many lords of the universe would have dared to try to attack the Dominator realm, and every one of them would have died. Undoubtedly. At this moment, Furukawa suddenly opened his eyes and shot out rays of terrifying light, just like the first ray of light that created the world, tearing everything apart. He glanced sideways around him. His eyes remained extremely calm, even when faced with attacks from many monsters.
Too weak.
Suddenly, Furukawa sighed. It's not that the combined power of these monsters is not strong. It's simply that his current power is too strong, so he feels that such an attack is extremely weak. After all, he has not just been promoted to master. He has obtained the origin. The gate and the infusion of the huge source energy of the 6 paths of reincarnation increased his power to the power of 2.5 billion universes of reincarnation. To know this level of power, even a new master would have to cultivate a full 2.5 billion universes. Only through the years of reincarnation can it be possible to obtain such origin energy. But now that Furukawa has obtained it all at once, he has no idea how much training time he has saved, and his cultivation has been promoted to the level of a senior master. So even if he tried his best, he could not hurt Furukawa at all.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, Furukawa thought, and the domain power in his body silently radiated out, as if it was his own instinctive power. Immediately, a huge reincarnation millstone emerged in the chaotic void, covering a radius of billions of trillions of light-years silently. This is the domain of dominance, the domain of reincarnation, which contains the endless power of reincarnation, just like a black hole. It swallowed up all the chaotic energy in all directions.
Boom, boom, boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the terrifying attacks of many monsters bombarded Furukawa's dominance field, but at this moment, these attacks all disappeared, as if they were trapped in like a quagmire. What? Our attacks have no effect. Why is that? Illusion. This must be an illusion. We have a trace of the Master's original power in our bodies. When all added up, we can exert a blow comparable to that of the Master. Now we can't hurt this kid. Is this bastard still human? How could he be so tyrannical just after he was promoted to Lord? This is not in line with common sense at all. Many monsters were startled. They were simply stunned. They couldn't believe the facts they saw with their own eyes. They tried their best to strike, but they had no effect on the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation in front of them. The opponent was completely unharmed. No damage. They were all stunned and didn't know what was happening. You must know that such an attack is comparable to a blow from the ancient master, but it can't hurt the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation. What kind of joke are you kidding?
Deep.
But Furukawa had no intention of explaining to them. With a thought, the realm of reincarnation on his body was completely activated. In an instant, a vast, ancient, and chaotic reincarnation millstone began to rotate slowly, as if it was reversed. The power of life and death, cause and effect, reincarnation, time and space, etc. All lives that stay in reincarnation cannot escape the shackles of reincarnation. Oops. The faces of many monsters changed drastically and turned ashen. They felt the great crisis, but at this moment it was already too late. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1270. Run away quickly. This is the domain of dominance. Invincible. Damn it, really damn it. I've just been promoted to master. How can the domain power be so powerful? Run away quickly. Don't fight with them. Otherwise, we will definitely die. The expressions of many monsters changed drastically. The moment the reincarnation realm appeared on Furukawa's body, they felt a huge crisis, as if murderous intent was coming from everywhere, sweeping everything. The hairs on all of them stood up, as if at this moment they saw the 9 masters taking action, showing their invincible power. No existence could be the opponent of the superior master. At this moment, they felt that they were not facing a new master, but one that had survived for who knows how many universes. The ancient master of the reincarnation years. The problem is that this master of the 6 realms of reincarnation has just been promoted not long ago. How can he have the power that only this ancient master has? This is really incredible and unbelievable. No, we can't escape at all. We're stuck in the whirlpool. Suddenly, many monsters were heartbroken. They felt that they were completely trapped in the domain of domination, but this domain of domination was obviously completely different from the domains of other dominations. They felt as if they had entered a vast and huge whirlpool. In this vortex, they seemed to have lost all power and all the strength to struggle. No matter how hard they try, they can't escape from this huge whirlpool. On the contrary, the more they struggle, the deeper they will get trapped in it, unable to extricate themselves. What kind of domain power is this, and how can it be so terrifying? There's no way to escape. There's no way to escape. We've fallen into each other's territory. Damn it, a mere new master actually dares to kill the subordinates of our ancient masters. This is a serious crime. It is a serious crime. Killing us means offending the 9 masters. Do you know how big a crime this is? Many monsters roared. Their livers and gallbladders split. They were frightened and angry. They screamed in panic and tried to struggle, but such struggling and threatening roars had no effect. Furukawa's face was expressionless, and the realm of reincarnation on his body was still slowly rotating. The huge samsara millstone was gently crushing, forming an unprecedented vortex. In an instant, all these monsters were swallowed into the huge samsara millstone, just like soybeans falling into the millstone, and were instantly wiped out. Click, click. In the next second, these monsters were immediately destroyed into debris. Their flesh, blood, souls, magic weapons, and other things were all destroyed into debris. Not a drop was left, as if they had been crushed into the most primitive and pure substance. Immediately, these pure energies merged into the realm of reincarnation, seemingly directly decomposing their bodies and souls completely, and then fell into reincarnation. In just a few seconds, these monsters disappeared. All enemies, the power of disaster, etc. were all swallowed up and absorbed by reincarnation and taken as their own. This scene was naturally seen by many masters of the universe, and they were all shocked. Oh my God, he is so strong. Is this the master? The title lord of the universe couldn't help but swallowed. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. You must know how powerful those monsters were just now. They were densely packed and overwhelming. It was like a natural disaster, sweeping across all directions. The cosmic sea. If these monsters appeared in the origin continent, no one knows how many universe lords, how many countries, and how many living beings would be destroyed. It can be said that these monsters definitely have the ability to wipe out an era. But now, such a terrifying monster is as fragile as a baby in front of the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The moment he meets it, it is completely wiped out, and no trace of it is left. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have thought that this was nothing more than a baby. It's an illusion. How could anyone in the world destroy these doomsday-level monsters so easily? No, this is not as simple as an ordinary master. It is impossible for a new master to be so powerful, but this master of 6 reincarnations has just been promoted to the master realm and has the power of more than 2 billion cosmic reincarnations. The master of the universe, who has the pinnacle title, trembled and couldn't help shouting. It is good at seeing through other people's combat prowess. Although the power of the master is unfathomable and almost impossible to see through, Furukawa has just been promoted to the dominator realm, so there is nothing he can do about it. He controls his own power perfectly. It is precisely because of this flaw that he knows some of the secrets of Furukawa's power and how powerful Furukawa is. No way, just after being promoted to the Dominion realm, he has the power of more than 2 billion universes to reincarnate. Do you know what this concept is? How is this possible? Many masters of the universe were dumbfounded. Of course they know how terrifying it is to have the power of more than 2 billion universes. You must know that even the masters of the universe, who are the pinnacle titles, have at most no more than the power of 100 million cosmic reincarnations is already the limit of the Lord of the universe, and it is impossible to surpass it. This is the law of the universe and the sea, as well as the limitations of life itself. Only the master can exceed the limit of the power of 100 million cosmic reincarnations. But even so, even if you are promoted to the realm of domination and want to obtain the power of more than 2 billion cosmic reincarnations, it will take a long time to practice before you can have this level of cultivation. This is true even for the 9 great masters, which one of them is not. After a long period of cultivation, I have achieved the earth-shattering and eternal cultivation that I have today. As time goes by, the cultivation of the 9 masters has become more and more terrifying and invincible. The other masters of the universe they are no match for them at all. They are truly the strongest ones in the universe. Nothing is impossible. Didn't you see the vast chaotic vision at the Gate of Origin just now? The endless origin energy instilled from the Gate of Origin is like the energy of thousands of chaotic dragon veins instilled. All these origin energies were swallowed up and absorbed by the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation, so he suddenly had a more ancient master of mana. The pinnacle title of Lord of the Universe expressed his guess. Indeed, it can only be said that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation has a rich background. He has such a level of rewards as soon as he is promoted. He is simply the son of destiny, and no one can rival him. No wonder all the 9 masters want to kill this guy. The threat of this guy is indeed too great. Now that he has been promoted to master, who else can check and balance him in the future? In short, now that the Lord of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation has been promoted to the master, it really means that the sea is vast and fish can leap, and the sky is high and birds can fly. Even if the 9 masters come out of reincarnation, it will be difficult to kill him. At this time, the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation was completely angry and fully alive. Many masters of the universe were talking about it. They all admired Furukawa. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1271. At this moment, among the 6 reincarnations, the 9 masters naturally saw this scene. The situation is over. Let this kid be promoted to the realm of domination. The Dominator Talisman beast sighed. It was very unwilling. It had made many preparations, but it still couldn't stop the Lord of 6 Paths of Reincarnation from being promoted to Dominator. In this way, their probability of winning would be further reduced. He does his best to obey fate. Since he can't be stopped, he can only be promoted. And even if he is really promoted to master and wants to compete for the authority of the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, he will not be as good as our 9 masters. The Lord Eternal River said calmly. In order to compete for authority in the 6 reincarnations, they have deployed unknown forces. The purpose is to rush out at the critical moment and seize authority. It can be said that the power of the 9 lords has long been deeply rooted in the 6 Paths universe. It's like a cancer, spreading throughout every corner of the body in the 6 Paths universe. If that's all, that's it. But after this kid succeeds in being promoted to Lord, all the methods we use to stay in the Universe C are useless. Other peak title Universe Lords may also take the opportunity to be promoted, so that the Universe C will also many masters appeared. The Master Figure Beast is worried about this. Yes, once a large number of masters appear in the Cosmic Sea, there will probably be many unpredictable and terrifying disasters. The eyes of the Master's giant axe revealed a cold light, and a look of horror seemed to appear in the depths of his pupils. The 9 masters joined forces to prevent other masters of the universe from being promoted, not only to consolidate their own rule, but also for a deeper purpose factor. That is, when there are too many masters of the Cosmic Sea, it will cause unimaginable horrific disasters in the birth of the Cosmic Sea. It is a truly immeasurable disaster and a doomsday that sweeps everything. This is a trend that cannot be stopped at all. After so many years, even if we strictly guard against it, there are still people who are titled Lord of the Universe and promoted to Lord one after another. Although they have all been killed by us, they still leave indelible disasters. Even if they are not, it will definitely happen today and one day in the future, but now the time has been brought forward. The Lord of Vientiane Castle said calmly. You are right. Our only chance of survival now is the 6 paths of reincarnation. Whoever can master the 6 paths of reincarnation can master this only arc of life and travel in the catastrophic future to find a glimmer of hope. The Lord of Infinite Prisons smiled slightly. In this case, let's stop talking nonsense. If they want to be promoted to master, then they can be promoted. We don't need to continue to care. One day, they will regret it. The master figure beast sneered again and again.
Wow.
As soon as the words fell, the 9 masters had no intention of talking nonsense. They instantly hid in the deepest part of the 6 paths of reincarnation and started know your own layout in the 6 paths universe. The most important thing for them now is to compete for the authority of the 6 paths of reincarnation. All other things are secondary and not worth mentioning. There is no need to pay attention to them. At this time, prophets, void anglers, undead, and other peak titles Master of the Universe also felt the scene of Furukawa being promoted to Master, and they were all extremely excited. Haha, I didn't expect this kid to be our first person to be promoted to Master. He is really powerful. He is worthy of being the eternal evildoer who trapped the 9 masters. A cosmic overlord said with emotion. They originally proposed this plan, and they also prepared for hundreds of millions of cosmic reincarnation years. No matter how you look at it, they are relatively well prepared, and they should be the first to be promoted. But who would have thought that Furukawa, the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation, would be promoted first? This was really beyond their expectations. It is true that in the process of their promotion to the Lord, they were attacked by the 9 masters, which made their promotion process extremely difficult and even a narrow escape from death. The question is, hasn't the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation been obstructed? In fact, not only has he been obstructed, but the pressure and attacks he has received are more terrifying than them. But even so, the Lord of 6 paths of reincarnation still endures under endless pressure, under the siege of many enemies. He was abruptly promoted to the realm of domination. And that guy not only promoted himself to the realm of domination, but also killed all the enemies who besieged him, completely demonstrating the power of domination. Is really outrageously tyrannical. The so-called king is the leader of all members of the monkey clan, that is, our head. He can rule us and issue any orders to us, and we must do whatever we are told. Of course, after becoming a king, we also have obligations, that is, when we encounter strong enemies, we need to stand up and protect us. Demahu said in a deep voice. I see. Then I will be your king. The colorful monkey Sun Wukong said excitedly. She felt that she was born to be a king.
Wow.
It didn't take long for the colorful monkey Sun Wukong to show his absolute power and achieve an overwhelming victory among the many Huagua mountain monkeys. Advantage, showing overwhelming fighting power. In this way, she became the monkey king on the flower and fruit mountain, ruling countless monkeys. Although Sun Wukong was just born and had never done any training, she grew up from the Chaos Stone. I don't know how many epochs of time it took for Sun Wukong to be conceived, and his physical quality was extremely powerful when he was born. Even if he doesn't practice, he can crush ordinary monsters just by relying on his strength and speed. This is the power of Sun Wukong's innate ability. He is proficient in copper skin and iron bones, and his strength is endless. King, king, king. Many monkeys are excitedly shouting the name of the colorful monkey Sun Wukong. For these ordinary monkeys on Huagua Mountain, it is a great good thing to have such a powerful king. Even if the other party is a female monkey, but in the world of monsters, strength is strength. Whether it is female or male, whoever is stronger is the boss. Of course, The overall strength of female monsters is still not as good as that of male monsters, so the female monsters the number is very rare, and each one is very famous, causing many male monsters to compete for it. I didn't expect the king to be so powerful. He suppressed us and beat us even though he didn't have any training. It was really powerful. One monkey was so impressed that he looked at Sun Wukong in awe. The other monkeys were the same, looking at Sun Wukong in awe. Reaching such a state without practicing can only prove that the other monkey's talent is beyond imagination. Practice? What is cultivation? Sun Wukong asked doubtfully. The so-called cultivation is a way to swallow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and enhance one's strength. A monkey said, "It is said that if you practice to a high level, you can change into thousands of things, control soaring clouds, and even become an immortal and live forever." Its eyes showed an envious look. An ordinary monkey like it, even if it is in such a superior training environment, may not be able to become an immortal-level monster.
So smart?
Sun Wukong's eyes suddenly lit up. Then how can we find this method of cultivation? She was immediately excited, feeling that practicing cultivation was a good thing, and she could actually do all kinds of incredible things. It's very simple, just go to Yokai Academy. A monkey said, "There happens to be a monster academy nearby. It is a school that teaches many monsters how to practice. It also has compulsory education. We can go to school for free, and then we can learn all kinds of precious practices from it. Knowledge. It means that there is a monster academy nearby which recruits all kinds of monsters and helps them grow quickly. Yes, this monster academy has many cultivation methods, and we have also gone into study. It's a pity that we don't have enough qualifications and can't learn much at all. When the time is up, we will automatically graduate. However, Your Majesty's qualifications are astonishing. You will definitely be able to learn a lot. You may be able to study in a more advanced institution and even become an immortal and become immortal through it. That is, if the king can become an immortal, then our Huagua Mountain will be completely developed." Many monkeys were talking and excited, looking at the colorful monkey Sun Wukong with burning eyes. They are monkeys who have seen a little bit of the world. Naturally, they know that monkeys like Sun Wukong will definitely be great monsters in the future. Now, they have hugged them in advance. Thighs, you can still get them in the future. This is what is called when one person achieves enlightenment and chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Monster Academy? The method of practice? Sun Wukong blinked.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, her body shook, and dense messages flowed from the depths of the sea of consciousness, as if countless chaos demon gods' words surged in, spreading throughout her soul. Immediately, countless words of the chaos demon god came together and seemed to form a supreme chaos scripture, which contained an unfathomable aura and seemed to encompass the infinite mysteries of the world. In an instant, names seemed to appear on this piece of scripture. The original ancient snake scripture. This. Sun Wukong's eyes showed a glint. She sensed the power of this practice method. It seemed to point directly to the pinnacle of the Great Road and describe the most fundamental law. Vaguely, she felt that a vast thread seemed to emerge from this sutra. The primitive ancient snake covers the chaotic time and space in all directions, runs through eternity, and includes life and death, time and space and reincarnation. This is the supreme God, as if it is the origin of all life. There is no doubt that this is a supreme practice. The method seems to be incomparably suitable for one's own physique and bloodline. Originally, the original ancient snake scripture, as the most advanced method of cultivation in the world, is extremely difficult to practice. Even the chaos demon god may not be able to understand it, and it requires extremely strong intangibility. But Sun Wukong she understood it in an instant. It seemed that the power of the origin text was integrated into the deep sea of her consciousness. No matter what she was learning, she could learn it instantly. It can be said that she was in the process of enlightenment all the time, and her learning ability was unprecedented strengthening. Is it the practice method given to me by my father? Sun Wukong couldn't help but think like this. She felt that this kind of cultivation method must have been given to her by the mysterious person who gave her name, and it contained endless mysteries of the avenue. She felt that such a secret method of cultivation must be extremely precious and super unimaginable. But I still need to go to the Monster Academy. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Although she has obtained precious cultivation methods, she still wants to go to Monster Academy to learn more, which will be of great benefit to her growth. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1276. Not long after, Sun Wukong left Huagua Mountain and joined the Monster Academy. Is this the Monster Academy? When Sun Wukong took the map drawn by the monkey elder of Huagua Mountain, and after traveling all the way through mountains and rivers, finally arrived at the famous Monster Academy, she was stunned. Before, she had thought that this would be a majestic, and talented monster. There are so many super schools, but now that I look at it, I can see that this Monster Academy covers a very vast area. The problem is that there are dilapidated buildings everywhere, and even the plaque at the door seems to be about to fall off. It seems that the whole school is about to become, it looks like, ruins. There are also pits and pits on the ground, and there are cracks and gravel everywhere. The most serious thing is that there are many black graffiti on the school walls, which are all painted by the students of the school. They are all quite scary. Graffiti seems to be a bad school, the kind that stops strangers. In fact, this is a matter of course. This Monster Academy does not have any threshold, which means that the students in this school are good and bad, and the monsters who can enter this school basically, they all have poor academic performance and bad character. This has also led to the bad academic style of the monsters in this Monster Academy, and it has become a well-known gangster school. Any monster with some money will not let their children enter this school. But for monsters like Sun Wukong who have no background and no money, joining this Monster Academy is naturally the best choice. Kid, what are you doing sneaking around here? Are other school monsters here to spy on the military? At this time, a group of ferocious and strange monsters appeared at the school gate. They stared at Sun Wukong fiercely and looked at her with ill intentions. Because Sun Wukong is very young now, he is just a little Lolita. Compared to these for a tall monster, he is simply not worth mentioning, equivalent to a weakling. He looks like he is easy to bully. No, I'm a freshman in this school. Sun Wukong blinked and looked at the group of monsters that suddenly appeared. She was very calm in her heart and was not frightened by these vicious monsters at all. Newborn? It's really interesting that there are new students coming to our school. A little monster like you actually dares to enter our Monster Academy. It's just too long to live. Even so, we don't go outside to ask around. Our Yokai Academy is a well-known gangster school nearby. It's not something that ordinary monsters can join, you know? You are right. If an ordinary weak monster enters the Monster Academy, within 3 days, he will cry and want to drop out of school and completely lose the courage to fight with others. A little, weak female monster like you actually dares to enter the Monster Academy. You really don't know how to live or die. You'd better go back quickly and don't embarrass yourself here. Suddenly, a group of gangster monsters laughed and looked at Sun Wukong with great contempt. They felt that a lowly monster like Sun Wukong was not qualified to join the Monster Academy. After all, every monster who can join the Monster Academy must be the strongest in the nearby school. The gangster monsters. To a certain extent, this is the strongest gangster monster school, which gathers the strongest gangster monsters from hundreds of millions of kilometers away. Among them, the monsters are second to none in terms of combat power. So it is not a gangster monster. Monsters can enter it. No, I want to come to school to study, not to fight with other monsters. I am a peace-loving monster. The little Lolita Sun Wukong blinked and said that she loves peace very much and is not the kind of gangster monster who fights casually with others. She hates this kind of violence. Damn it, come to school to study. No matter where you come to study. Don't come to Monster Academy to study, you know? Damn it. Yokai Academy is a school for fighting. Whoever can rule the Yokai Academy will be the boss of all the Yokai schools in the human world, you know? That's right. In order to become the boss of the Yokai Academy, powerful Yokai gangsters from all over the world dropped out of their respective schools and came to the Yokai Academy just to compete for the throne of the boss. Now you actually say that you want to come to Yokai Academy and study hard. What kind of joke are you kidding? If you want to study hard, go to another school. Don't come to Yokai Academy. Don't come to tarnish the sacred fighting culture of Yokai Academy, you know? What I hate the most is you, a good student who only knows how to study hard all day long. It makes me want to vomit when I see you. Disgusting, really disgusting. The appearance of a top student is simply disgusting. This is not a place for a good girl like you to come. Get out of here. Hearing this, a group of gangster monsters were furious and glared at the little lowly Sun Wukong. They felt that the other party's behavior simply insulted the atmosphere of the Monster Academy. They actually wanted to come to the Monster Academy to study hard, not to be the strongest. Damn, this is simply a great shame to the students of Yokai Academy. It's disgusting. They will never allow such a moth to enter Yokai Academy. It's like a rat spoiling a pot of soup. It's really disgusting. You know, Yokai Academy is a holy place in the eyes of these gangsters. Countless gangsters from many schools in the human world have great respect for Yokai Academy, a gangster school, and feel that it is the strongest gangster school in the human world. Every monster who comes out of Yokai Academy will definitely occupy a place in the entire Six Paths universe in the future, and will definitely become a world-famous big monster. It can be said that the gangster monsters who come to Yokai Academy all want to be in Yokai Academy. The boss ones all want to come here to dominate the world and win their own place. They want to come here to start a war, not to study hard. But this little lowly monster actually dares to say that he is not here to be a gangster, but I want to be a good student. This is not an insult, but what is an insult? All the gangster monsters are furious and want to beat up the little lowly Sun Wukong. What on earth are you talking about? Isn't your duty as a student just to study? I want to learn the art of immortality in school. There are 3,000 avenues. I just want to ask, can I live forever? Little lowly Sun Wukong said in a deep voice. This is also her strongest desire to ask. Since she was born, she has seen the birth, old age, illness and death of some old monkeys on the Huagua Mountain, which gave her a great fear of death. So she wants to enter the school and learn the art of immortality, hoping to live forever in this world, and no evil ghost in the underworld can take away her soul. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1277. What the hell are you talking about here? Hearing this, a gangster monster yelled angrily. Since you don't want to come to Monster Academy to be the boss, but want to study hard, then we will not allow you to enter Monster Academy. Get out of here immediately.
Wow.
As soon as the words fell, more than a dozen gangster monsters clenched their fists and hit the little Lolita Sun Wukong. The ferocious monster aura erupted from their bodies, and scrupulously, they tried to beat up Sun Wukong. In an instant suddenly, the eyes of the little lowly Sun Wukong showed a cold light. In her eyes, the movements of these monsters were too slow as a snail, and any movement was thoroughly analyzed by her. Even these monsters were proficient in it. She learned all the martial arts and spells in an instant. This is the super understanding given to her by the origin text. Dong dong dong. In an instant, the little lowly Sun Wukong took action, and hundreds of people appeared in the midair. Thousands of fists pounded these monsters hard. Ah! Suddenly, these gangster monsters involuntarily let out shrill screams, and their entire bodies received a heavy blow, with their chests and ribs shattered. Their bodies flew out involuntarily, sliding across the ground for dozens of meters, and finally hit the school wall hard, creating deep pits, with gravel splashing and smoke billowing. With just one blow, these gangster monsters were completely defeated by Sun Wukong. What? When the surrounding monsters saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded. They couldn't believe their eyes. They were obviously just little lowly monsters, but they were so tyrannical. You must know that these gangster monsters are street warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles. Their bodies have been tempered to an extremely amazing level. Although their academic performance is not good, their fighting ability is far beyond that of ordinary students. The problem is that they are powerless to fight back against this little lowly monster. Sure enough, few of the monsters who dare to enter the Monster Academy are simple things. This is the case with the little lowly monster in front of you. It is definitely a terrifying monster that should not be underestimated. Can I enter Yokai Academy now? Little lowly Sun Wukong blinked his eyes and said calmly, Yes, of course. Hearing this, the hairs of the surrounding gangster monsters stood up, and they immediately said in unison, The so-called expert can tell whether there is a monster as soon as he takes action. The action of the little lowly Sun Wukong just now completely proved his extremely powerful fighting power. It completely proved that I can gain a foothold in Yokai Academy. Boss, I will lead the way for you. A gangster monster immediately got up from the ground, nodded, and bowed. It had completely surrendered to the power of the little lowly Sun Wukong. It had a premonition that the little lowly monster in front of it must be one of the monster leaders of the Monster Academy in the future. If it fawns over the other party now, maybe it will have a chance to prosper in Yokai Academy. What is going on in this school? Little Lolita's Sun Wukong asked. She felt that she had just arrived and didn't know much about this school. She still wanted to find the local gangsters in this school to understand the situation and then make plans. Boss, this is actually the case. Yokai Academy is a famous gangster school in the human world, and it can be said to be the cradle of future great monsters. A gangster monster nodded and introduced. Basically, every gangster and scum in Monster School yearns to come to Monster Academy because they all hope to be able to stand out in this school and become the leader of monsters. If anyone can make a name for himself in this school, he will immediately gain the attention of many forces and soar into the sky and gain endless benefits. Even some powerful monster descendants want to unify the Monster Academy and become the true boss of the Monster Academy. This would be an unprecedented honor. But since the establishment of Yokai Academy, no one knows how many years have passed, and it is still in a state of division among heroes. No one monster has ever been able to unify the entire Yokai Academy and become the boss of all student monsters. In fact, there are countless the common dream of gangsters and monsters. It's said with great emotion, because this was also its dream to come to Yokai Academy, but in the past so long, this dream has long been shattered, and it also recognized its own strength. After all, in the Yokai Academy where monsters are rampant, he's just a little shrimp. There's no way he can become the real boss who rules the Monster Academy. A melee between princes? Become the boss of Monster Academy. Little lowly Sun Wukong felt very speechless when he heard these words. A good school shouldn't be a place for preaching and learning. Why is it like fighting for hegemony in Huagua Mountain? But I learned from the mouths of these gangster monsters. All the monsters who join Yokai Academy come from all over the world. Each monster is a strange creature with different bloodlines and different abilities. This also causes the entire Yokai Academy to become like a small world, like a gangster. In the school, many gangster monsters appeared. In order to compete for the hegemony of the academy, they started private battles and established one student organization after another, trying to become the boss of the Monster Academy. What would be the benefits of becoming the boss of Monster Academy? Little lowly Sun Wukong asked. The benefits are of course numerous. The gangster monster said excitedly. After becoming the boss of the Monster Academy, you can rule all the students in the entire Monster Academy, and countless students have to obey the boss. At the same time, even the teachers and principal of Yokai Academy must obey the orders of the boss of Yokai Academy and can even change the school's rules that will to make countless students follow the boss's rules. In addition, all the books and secrets of the Monster Academy are open to the boss. It is said that the secret method of immortality is also hidden in them, and the boss can read them for free. At the same time, the boss will also become a big star in the monster clan. Countless forces will treat the boss differently and offer generous terms to recruit him. In this way, he can become one of the few big monsters in the monster clan. This is simply a miracle. Soaring into the sky. It couldn't help but show a look of longing on its face. You can freely read the secret arts, magical powers, and secrets in the school, and even the method of immortality. Hearing this, the eyes of little lowly Sun Wukong suddenly lit up. Other things could not attract her attention at all. The only way to live forever was what made her heart beat. After all, no matter how powerful or wealthy you are, it will not attract her attention at all. Compared with immortality, such a method can be regarded as true transcendence. Suddenly, the idea of becoming the boss of Yokai Academy arose deep in her heart. Only by becoming the boss of Yokai Academy can she obtain the method of immortality. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1278. If I want to become the boss of Yokai Academy, do you know any way? Little lowly Sun Wukong asked. What? As soon as these words came out, it was simply shocking. The other gangster monsters looked at little lowly Sun Wukong in disbelief, as if they heard some joke. Boss, do you really want to be the boss of Monster Academy? This is no joke. Yes, if you want to stay in this school peacefully, you must not have such an idea. You're right. Once you have this idea, you will immediately become the target of public criticism. You will be troubled by countless powerful monsters, and you will be beaten black and blue. That is, there was a gangster monster in the class who didn't know the heights of the world. He actually announced in front of many monsters that he would become the boss of the Monster Academy. As a result, he was beaten up by some senior monsters and hung above the school gate for 3 days. At night, no one dared to save it. As a result, the gangster monster chose to drop out of school and was nowhere to be found again. Yes, you can't say such things randomly. Once you say it, you will face a steady stream of troubles. Many gangster monsters swallowed their saliva and looked around in great horror, fearing that the words of little lowly Sun Wukong would spread and attract the attention of other scary monsters. They didn't know what would happen by then. It's nothing. It's just a small matter. If anyone wants to cause trouble, let them come. Little lowly Sun Wukong said calmly. You can think of any way to rule the entire Monster Academy, and how can I become the boss of the Monster Academy? She exuded a faint aura of a peerless monster, crushing all directions.
Boom tilde tilde.
In an instant, the surrounding monsters felt a king-like suffocating monster aura, and they all trembled, as if they had touched like the chaos demon god that has existed since ancient times. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to say anything more. Suddenly, these gangster monsters looked at each other, and they instantly knew the little Lolita in front of them. The monster is definitely not an easy creature. I'm afraid it's another fierce dragon crossing the river. Boss. A gangster monster immediately said. Although the power of the Monster Academy is extremely chaotic, there are 108 monster groups of various sizes, distributed in every corner of the Monster Academy, and among each class, it can be said that the heroes are fighting for hegemony, and the princes are divided. This is also an unprecedented chaotic situation in Monster Academy. But among these monster forces, the strongest among them are the 6 monster forces, which are equivalent to the 6 princes. If anyone can defeat these 6 princes, then whoever can defeat them will be the strongest monster in Monster Academy and the boss of Monster Academy. 6 major monster forces? Talk about it carefully. Little lowly Sun Wukong asked curiously. She wanted to hear a detailed introduction. The leader of the first monster force is King Jianyu Marmozet, who is known as the Great Sage to exorcise gods. It is said that he is a descendant of a certain chaos demon god and has earth-shattering talents and cultivation. The gangster monster immediately introduced the monster forces in the academy. The second one is the Macaque King. It is known as the Great Sage of Ventilation. Its power is erratic, elusive, and changeable. It is also extremely alert, has sharp ears and eyesight, and knows everything. What I don't know is that they are a very resourceful and extremely difficult monster group to deal with, and they're the most powerful monster group in terms of intelligence. The third one is the Lion and Camel King, who calls himself the Mountain-Moving Sage. He is extremely powerful and has a trace of the blood of the Chaos Demon God. He is so powerful that he can easily move 100,000 mountains. There was once a monster that challenged the Lion Camel King, but the Lion Camel King blew the monster away thousands of miles with just a breath, showing its unparalleled power. It is one of the most powerful monsters in the Monster Academy. At this point, it paused and said that the bosses of these monster gangs are all monsters. Even among many monsters, they are all monsters among monsters. The fourth one is the Prung Demon King, who calls himself the Great Sage Huntian. The gangster monster continued. This Prung Demon King is not simple. It is said that he is a descendant of the ancient demon Saint Kunpeng. He has perfectly inherited Kunpeng's bloodline and even has the potential to compare with his ancestor Kunpeng. Because of this, it is good at the power of time and space, and its speed is extremely fast. There is no monster in the entire Monster Academy that can match the speed of the Prung Demon King. So smart. Hearing these words, the little lowly son Wukong blinked. She was very excited. Sure enough, it was right to leave Huagua Mountain. If she hadn't left Huagua Mountain, how could she have encountered so many powerful monsters? The fifth one is the Jiao Demon King, who is known as the Great Sage of Fuhai. The bastard monster said solemnly, "This is the second largest figure in our Monster Academy. His body contains the blood of the Chaos Demon God Chaos Jiao. He is a descendant of the demon god and controls the power of the sea. To be honest, it is a noble among nobles. It should not have come to a school like ours. It should have gone to a noble school to train. However, its temper was too bad and it kept breaking school rules, so it was driven to the Monster Academy. But even so, the strength of this Dragon Demon King is quite terrifying. It is invincible in the world. It once defeated tens of thousands of monsters of the same level with one hand. It even sent the teacher to the hospital to recuperate when he was just in school. It means that this Demon King is a super problem child who resolutely disobeys the rules of the school. In addition, he has a very profound background and is extremely powerful. No one dares to provoke him. Therefore, the Demon King has become the number 2 figure in the Monster Academy. So that's it, but isn't it talking about the 6 great princes? What about another one? Little lowly son Wukong asked curiously. There is another one. Her name is the Bull Demon King, and she is known as the Great Sage of Pingtian. She is the most promising super monster in our Monster Academy to rule all the monster gangsters. The monster's confused eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of reverence. It is said that her ancestor is the Chaos Demon God Chaos Kuei-Nyo, and she has perfectly inherited all the blood of the Chaos Demon God and even developed a mutation that makes her better than others. This also gives the Bull Demon King unparalleled strength, unparalleled defense, and unparalleled speed. It can be said that she has no shortcomings in her body, and her strength is unfathomable. Once upon a time, she fought against other monster leaders and simply swept the world. The other monster leaders combined were all completely defeated by the Bull Demon King. To be honest, she is the most promising monster to rule the Monster Academy, but for some reason, she still has not ruled the other monster gangs so far, making the school still in a state of competition among the princes. Bull Demon King? Hearing this, the little lowly son Wukong was very curious. She felt her blood boiling. She didn't expect that there were so many powerful monsters in the small Monster Academy. This also made the fighting blood in her body boil. I can't wait to find other monsters to fight immediately and compete. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1279. It didn't take long for the little lowly Sun Wukong to truly integrate into the Monster Academy. He even started an endless bloody storm and a huge storm in the Monster Academy. Did you hear that? Recently, a new student suddenly came to the Monster Academy. It seems to be a spiritual stone monkey named Sun Wukong. As soon as he appeared, he challenged all the monster bosses in the school. A monster gangster said mysteriously, "No, really, a mere freshman dared to be so arrogant. He must have been easily defeated by those monster bosses." There are a lot of stupid young people like this appearing every year, but so what? This is a monster academy, not an ordinary school where just any new monster can come and run wild. A monster gangster said with disdain, thinking that the new monster must have been dealt with. No, that's not the case. The monster gangster shook his head. The new student Sun Wukong is extremely ferocious. He showed unimaginable fighting power as soon as he came to school. Now he has defeated many monster bosses one after another and has become famous. It can be said that many monsters have surrendered. Sun Wukong's absolute force swept many classes and formed an unstoppable force. Is there such a thing? Are you kidding? A little freshman is so arrogant? Don't the 6 princes who rule the school plan to teach her a lesson? There are still monsters who can tolerate this Sun Wukong causing trouble here. Yes, this is the Monster Academy, and it is also a paradise for gangsters like us. The strong are respected, the weak eat the strong, and there is no law. No one can come to the Monster Academy to dominate the world. If a mere freshman dares to be so arrogant, it's like shooting her in the head. I'm afraid no one can save her. Many monsters and gangsters were talking about it. This was the first time they saw a new student being so arrogant. He had just entered the Monster Academy and started making trouble. This simply means that he does not take other monsters seriously. Any senior monster cannot tolerate this. After all, even a new monster dares to sit on their head and dominate them. So where do they put their face? They must suppress this new monster severely and show the senior style. Of course it couldn't be tolerated. The first one to take action was the mountain-moving Monkey King, the Lion and Camel King. It couldn't tolerate the new monsters invading its territory, so it went directly to trouble Sun Wukong, and an earth-shattering battle broke out between the two sides. A monster said mysteriously, "No way, the Great Sage Lion and Camel King actually took action?" The 6 monster leaders who dominate the Monster Academy are now in trouble. There is no doubt that the arrogant new monster Sun Wukong will be severely suppressed. Haha, all the monsters thought so at first. They thought that this new monster was too young and could not be the opponent of the Great Sage Lion and Camel King. After all, how powerful the Lion and Camel King was, inheriting the bloodline of the Chaos Demon God and possessing with the qualifications of a king, he rules countless monsters. Who dares to provoke them? But this Sun Wukong is no ordinary monster. At the beginning of the battle, Sun Wukong was indeed at a disadvantage. He was suppressed and beaten by the Lion and Camel King, and was even beaten to the point of dying, unable to parry. The problem is that as time goes by, Sun Wukong becomes stronger and stronger as he fights, and his strength actually increases at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, he has learned all the martial arts of the Lion and Camel King, as well as the power of magic. In the end, Sun Wukong's power actually surpassed that of the Lion and Camel King. He was better than his master, and his power evolved to an unimaginable level. In the end, the Lion and Camel King was beaten half to death by Sun Wukong's punch. He fell unconscious and is still awake. Come over. Many monsters were talking about it. They were all in awe of the battle between the Lion and the Camel King and Sun Wukong. They felt that this was the pinnacle battle they had ever seen in their lives, which was simply earth-shattering. But this is also a matter of course. Little lowly Sun Wukong, she has physical characteristics that get stronger with each battle. She is a super creature that can continuously evolve during the battle. She is a warrior born for fighting. Due to the power of the origin text on Sun Wukong, her own potential, and the original ancient snake scripture her inheritance, as well as the power of the 72 transformations of earthly evil, made her grow so fast that it was frightening. Almost every day, her strength was doubling, and with an extraordinary evolutionary speed, she surpassed among the many monsters in Yokai Academy. He became the king of the monsters. Even if there is a monster that is stronger than Sun Wukong for a while, with Sun Wukong's understanding, he can completely copy all the opponent's spell abilities and combat abilities during the battle. So, I want to fight in the battle. It is almost impossible to defeat Sun Wukong in the process. The mere mountain-moving Great Sage Lion and Camel King naturally became the first victim, using its failure to establish Sun Wukong's glory and start the first step of the legend. Are you kidding me? The Great Sage Lion and Camel King actually lost? Lost to this new monster Sun Wukong. Many monsters were stunned and couldn't believe what they heard. After all, the Great Sage Lion and Camel King of Ishan is one of the 6 major princes of the Academy and one of the 6 major forces. If the Lion and Camel King fails, he will be equivalent to one of them. The behemoth collapsed, and a prince was overthrown. The impact is simply beyond description in words. This matter has been confirmed correctly. That's right, the Great Sage Lion and Camel King lost to Sun Wukong and has become Sun Wukong's younger brother. All the Lion and Camel King's younger brothers have been absorbed by Sun Wukong. To a certain extent, Sun Wukong is already one of the 6 newly rising princes. 1 inch. Oh my god, this is incredible. If the Lion and Camel King fails, how can the other 5 princes sit still? The old ghost was trembling all over, as if he had used all his strength to say these words. He really wanted to run away, but now he was trembling so hard that he didn't even have the strength to escape. Tang San was buried. After these words, it was so shocking that many evil spirits reacted, because this name was so thunderous that it frightened many monsters and weirdos in the human world. No, it can't be. This little nun is the burial of the legendary eminent monk Tang San. An evil ghost said tremblingly. According to rumors, Tang San is the most terrifying monk in the human world. She is different from other monks. She does not subjugate demons and demons through chanting sutras, but uses a pair of fists and violence to subjugate demons. Damn it! Is this subduing demons? It was a massacre at all. All the demons, ghosts that encountered Tang Sanzong were bound to die, and none of them survived. According to legend, there were so many demons, ghosts who died at the hands of Tang Sanzong that they could fill the whole world. The piled-up skeletons enough to fill countless oceans. Burials in the sky, burials in the earth, burials of gods. No one is not buried. This is the burial of Tang San. The number of demons and ghosts buried by Tang San is simply countless, and it can no longer be described with numbers. It is said that her pair of iron fists once penetrated hell. Although this is just a rumor, the reason why those Buddhas were in the state of having bruises on their heads is said to be that Tang San was beaten by him. Damn, this little nun not only beats up monsters, she also beats up her own people. She is so cruel that it scares people to death. This is a Buddhist alien who walks alone in the human world and no one dares to mess with him. Many evil ghosts were trembling, saying that they had heard the legend of Tang San's burial. These legends had long resounded throughout the human world, and even the 6 Paths universe. There were not many evil ghosts who had not heard of Tang San's burial, the peerless god of death. It's like a taboo. No, are you kidding? Don't you say that Buddhist monks are all kind-hearted and won't kill? Yes, even if those eminent Buddhist monks face evil ghosts like us, they will only pick them up and put them in the pagoda. They chant sutras and recite Buddha's name day and night, constantly transforming the hostility in us, and will not kill me. Wait. That's it. Stop scaring people. Buddhist monks are all good people. How could they be so scary? There are also some evil ghosts who don't believe these rumors and think that other evil ghosts have exaggerated these facts. How could such a terrifying Buddhist monk exist in the world? This is not consistent with common sense at all. If such a monk really existed, he would have been expelled by Buddhism long ago. After leaving the door wall, where will it remain until today? Fart, you have no idea the horror of Tang San's burial. What a pervert. Tang Sanbian is a Buddhist pervert. All the demons and monsters who fall into her hands are dead. Other monks are good at persuading people to change, but she is good at physical transformation, not preaching, and she doesn't talk nonsense. Whenever she encounters, all the demons and ghosts who came to Tang San's burial were directly punched to death and completely turned into nothingness. The evil ghost trembled all over. It is said that the demons and ghosts killed by Tang Sanzang will not enter the Hell Realm, but will be directly beaten into the evil ghost realm, where they will be tortured forever and never be reincarnated. Its legs were trembling. At this moment, when it looked at the holy little nun in front of it, it felt that it was not looking at some delicious food, but a peerless devil, a super devil. For monsters like them, this is simply, he is the ultimate nemesis, the ultimate devil, and he is the existence that makes all evil spirits fearful. Run away quickly. Facing such a demon, we are no match at all. Suddenly, some evil spirits collapsed and did not dare to compete with them at all, because the legends about Tang San's burial were so terrifying that they lost the courage to continue to compete. Shut up and run away. She's just a little nun. She doesn't look as powerful as the rumors say. You are scared by the rumors. That's right. There are so many ghosts among us. Why are we still afraid of this little nun? What a joke. That's right. We can definitely join forces to kill this little nun. If we kill this Tang Sanburian, then we will become famous all over the world and gain endless benefits at the same time. You're right. Now is the time for us to unite. We have so many evil ghosts here. Hundreds of ghosts walk at night. With the help of the right time, place, and people, I don't believe we can kill this little nun. Many evil spirits gnashed their teeth and grew evil. They wanted to attack the sky, bury and kill the famous Tang San, and completely kill this Buddhist taboo in the human world.
Wow.
In an instant, countless evil ghosts rushed towards Tang San's burial, making a roaring noise and overwhelming the sky, as if they had swept over the entire city. Endless evil ghost auras, cold auras, death auras, and demonic auras all surged forward, as if they had swallowed up endless vitality in an instant. Any living being feels that this place seems to have turned into a dead zone, and not many lives can survive. This is the domain world of evil ghosts, and the terror is boundless. All credit goes to the original author. If you're the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1284.
Boom.
Seeing the scene, the little nun Tang Sanzong took action and punched him lightly. I saw layers of faint golden light lingering on her small fist, which seemed to contain the ancient Buddha's light and the ancient Buddha's will, which was unfathomable. Even though this was just a simple punch, it was as if the ancient Buddha was possessed, displaying the terrifying power of the Buddha. This was simply earth-shattering. It was as if there were thousands of Buddhist dragons protecting the little nun living in her body. They all burst out at this moment, and the surroundings were filled with the aura of the law that buried everything. Rumble. In an instant, just one punch seemed to have penetrated the sky. The space billions of miles around was shaken violently, and waves of ripples appeared. Life within this range can feel extremely obvious tremors, as if a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake had occurred, and the earth was buzzing. The evil spirit that originally shrouded the entire city and the thick dark clouds in the sky were completely blown away at this moment, and a super big hole appeared, which seemed to be penetrated by countless Buddhist golden lights. Ah! Suddenly, the evil ghosts all over the sky let out shrill screams. They couldn't even struggle for a second. They were instantly shaken to ashes by such terrifying punches and returned to hell to be reborn. It can be said that the activities of the night parade of 100 ghosts completely collapsed, and all the evil ghosts were punched back to hell. No evil ghost could escape the power of this punch. This was the first time I saw an evil spirit so stupid that he actually took the initiative to die. This saved me a lot of time. It seemed that I was indeed lucky today. Seeing this situation, the little nun Tang Sanzang was immediately very satisfied. She had not seen so many stupid evil spirits for a long time. Normally, when those monsters knew her true identity, they were all frightened. Snooping around and breaking them into pieces made her want to kill them all. It was an extremely troublesome task. There would always be some fish that slipped through the net. After all, she was only one person and wanted to hunt down so many monsters. It's because of the limitations of our power. But there is nothing we can do about it. This is what is called when manpower is limited. It is still extremely rare for many evil spirits to come up to die together like now, but this saves the trouble. She puts in a lot of effort, which is a good thing. At this moment, many monks in the distance also saw this scene, and they were all amazed. As expected of the Master of Three Burials, he was so powerful that he could wipe out hundreds of ghosts and monsters with one punch, and all the demons and monsters were killed. A monk was amazed and worshipped extremely. This is also a matter of course. Master Sanzong is the reincarnation of Jin Chanzi and the great disciple of Tathagata Buddha. His Buddha power is simply earth-shattering. Isn't it a matter of course to wipe out this group of monsters and monsters? Another monk said solemnly. But seeing that Master Sanzong is short and just a little girl, I didn't expect him to have such a level of strength. Even though Master Sanjun is just a little girl, she carries 8 heavenly dragons on her back. Her power is simply earth-shattering. Few people in the world can compare with it. Even the golden Arhat of Buddhism cannot compare with Master Sanin. Indeed, the power of Master Three Burials is really terrifying. I never expected that his small body would hide a power that surpassed the ancient beasts. One punch could destroy the world, and destroy the world. I am afraid that the power of Master Three Burials alone is enough to kill many evil spirits. Many monks were talking about it, and they all admired Tang Sanzong's strength. This was a violent holy monk beyond imagination. His strength was earth-shattering, rare in the world, and unmatched. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, they can't imagine this kind of thing. However, the murderous intention of the third burial master was too serious, and he actually killed all these monsters without mercy. If they are eminent monks in the temple, they should be captured and brought back day and night to cleanse their hearts and eliminate their grievances. This is what we Buddhist monks should do. Some monks felt that Tang San was too murderous and inconsistent with Buddhist teachings. The most correct approach should be to capture these evil ghosts and transform them day and night so that these evil ghosts can put down their butcher knives and believe in the Buddhas. This is really pedantic. What is the purpose for us Buddhists to practice? Isn't it to educate the world, let them do good deeds and accumulate virtue, and turn the world into a pure land of bliss? No matter what method it is, if it can save the world, it is the method that Buddhist disciples like us should use, and we cannot stick to any form. That's right, although Master Sanzong's actions are very serious, his intentions are good. They are all to save the world, subjugate demons, and support justice. There is nothing wrong with that. Yes, although Master Sanzong killed many demons and monsters, he did not have any murderous intention and did not even reveal a single murderous intention in his body. Instead, he showed endless compassion. Many monks discussed one after another, saying that Tang San's body did not have any murderous intention, and that his body was always filled with compassion for heaven and earth, and the compassion to save the suffering and save the world. Yes, Master Sanzong has killed so many demons and ghosts, so he must be extremely murderous, but he doesn't have any murderous intent in him, which is really incredible. A monk indeed noticed this. He was simply puzzled. This is nothing to understand. One of the monks and elders said in a deep voice, "There is only one explanation, and that is that for the Master of Three Burials, she did not kill the demons and ghosts, but just to transform these demons and ghosts and send them in. Among the 6 reincarnations, ascend to the paradise world." It can be said that her original intention is not to kill, but to transform, but the method of expression is different. But in fact, the starting point is the same, to build a paradise world and transform all living beings. His voice contains bursts of zen. So that's it. No wonder Master Sanzong killed countless people, but his aura was still extremely peaceful and compassionate. Is this the supreme state that the Buddha has left in his heart after all the wine and meat have passed through his intestines? To be honest, such a state is really amazing. Only an accomplished monk like Master Sanzong can achieve it. Ordinary monks simply cannot achieve this. This is the holy monk who has reached the supreme realm of being divine and holy. The Buddhist mysteries of Master Sanzong have already reached an unfathomable level, so he can do things of this level. Many monks were talking about it, and they all admired Tang Sanfu and felt that he was simply an arhat who saved people from suffering in the world. All credit goes. He was extremely excited and felt his strength growing, as if his bank balance was constantly increasing. It is increasing by hundreds of thousands and millions every second. This feeling of excitement is simply self-evident. In fact, Furukawa has a similar feeling now. His cultivation level is constantly growing. Even if he does not work hard to cultivate his strength, they will also grow. Just like the world's richest man, even if the other person is lying at home sleeping, the company's stock continues to rise, and his own property continues to increase in value. He can't spend all the money, and the value has increased by billions. Are these messages from the long river of time and space? Furukawa's heart moved. In addition to the growth of his own strength, he sensed that the entire 6 Paths universe and the messages of the 3,000 Tao laws were coming in turbulently, like a flood. He saw the deepest part of the long river of time and space, the deepest part of the long river of destiny. From ancient times to the present, endless messages are pouring into the depths of his consciousness at this moment. It can be said that at this moment, everything happening in the 6 Paths universe, big and small, is perceived by him. He is like an omniscient and omnipotent God. No matter what it is, don't try to hide it from him. This is the authority of him, the Lord of the 6 Paths of reincarnation. What happens in the deepest part of the long river of time is clearly perceived by him, and everyone's fate is engraved in it. Fortunately, he was promoted to in the realm of dominance. The sea of consciousness has been expanded endlessly. If it were before, such a huge influx of information would probably make the head burst. If other masters of the universe encounter the situation, it is estimated that the entire head will be was blown up directly. So, it seems that the struggle for supremacy among the 6 Paths has been going very fast during this period, and so many sons of chaos have been born. It seems that the methods of the 9 masters cannot be underestimated, and they have caused a lot of trouble for the 6 Paths of reincarnation. Furukawa touched his chin. He could sense that many sons of chaos appeared in the surface world of the 6 Paths universe. They all contain the power of chaos given by the 9 masters, and they absorbed the power of destiny between heaven and earth all the time. And they distributed in every corner of the 6 Path universe, like black balls of light, imprinted in the depths of the avenue. They exude an aura of darkness, ominousness, chaos, murder, and evil. These sons of chaos are difficult to kill. Because of these destiny with the protection of the power, even the Lord of the universe can't even think of killing them in the 6 Paths universe. It can be said that these sons of chaos are invincible and immortal existences before their destiny is fulfilled. On the contrary, the more turmoil, the more killing, and the more encounters they encounter, suffering makes these sons of chaos grow faster. It can be said that these sons of chaos are basically digging into the corners of the origin of the 6 Paths of the universe, using the power of the origin of the 6 Paths to rapidly grow their own strength, thereby weakening the 6 Paths of reincarnation. To a certain extent, it is said that they are the cancer cells in the 6 paths of reincarnation, constantly eating away at the origin of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 9 masters are really powerful. This is simply causing chaos in the heavenly palace. Every son of chaos is a Sun Wukong. This means that the whole world is full of rebel kings and they all want to rebel against the heavenly palace. Furukawa's eyes showed a hint of coldness. He could feel the terror of the 9 masters. After the other party entered the 6 paths of reincarnation, it was not just for food. He didn't know how many extremely terrifying methods he had left behind. Every method are enough to severely damage the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing his vitality to be severely damaged. He can feel the methods of these masters, and each one is enough to make people palpitate. He is worthy of being an old monster who has survived countless reincarnations in the universe. He should not be underestimated. Fortunately, I prepared the means in advance, otherwise I would definitely suffer a big loss. Furukawa was immediately overjoyed. To be honest, he had long expected that the 9 masters would not be so easy to provoke opponents. They were completely different from before. No matter how much preparation he made, it would not be too much. So he made preparations in advance and used his invincible the above technique instantly and silently split the 6 paths of samsara into 2 parts, dividing it into the surface world and the inner world. The real 6 paths of samsara was not exposed to the 9 masters. These sons of chaos created by the 9 masters were just living in the outer world, does not leave any traces of chaos in the inner world. After all, what is exposed is just a false world. No matter how many methods the 9 masters use and how much they corrode, they cannot stop the real 6 paths of reincarnation. Cause any harm. This can be regarded as a great blessing among misfortunes. However, such a technique of dividing the 2 realms is extremely mysterious and unfathomable. It has never been seen in ancient times. This also makes Furukawa invincible and makes even the 9 masters unaware. I feel like I've been tricked. I can't detect it. Even Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaolioli, and Zhu Xiaomei have completely grown up. At this moment, Furukawa also felt that the few chess pieces he had laid out seemed to have grown up and began to emerge in the 6 paths universe, stirring up trouble. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1292. Suddenly, Furukawa sensed that the cultivation levels of the 4 little Lolita, Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaolioli, and Zhu Xiaomei, had improved by leaps and bounds. In this great era, they were the pride of the era and the children of destiny. Therefore, they had many adventures, and even if they encountered setbacks and difficulties, they were able to turn disaster into good fortune. At the same time, they were also targeted by the 9 masters and transformed into sons of chaos. Because of this, their growth rate is even more amazing. It takes ordinary ascetics hundreds of millions of years to achieve cultivation, but they can achieve it in hundreds or even thousands of years. It is as if they have received enlightenment. This is the speed of cultivation that is only possible in such a vast era. Interesting. Did they also become sons of anarchy? This is quite a show. Furukawa narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaolioli, and Zhu Xiaomei were originally people who didn't know each other and had nothing to do with each other. But now, due to fate, their fates are mutually exclusive, intertwined. It can be said that this is an inevitable fate. Whether it is the arrangement of the 9 masters or his arrangement, it is destined that the 4 of them will meet, and they will even collide with different amazing sparks. He could sense that the fates of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzong, Xiaolioli, and Zhu Xiaomei had been changed. It was obvious that the 9 masters personally took action and changed their fates to some extent. Originally, they were at peace with heaven. But under the influence of various methods of the 9 masters, they embarked on the road of contending with heaven. This is a road of no return. Those who play with fate will surely be played by fate. Will it really be as he expected? Furukawa smiled slightly, calm. Even if he knew that the 9 masters would personally take action, he would not be afraid. The reason why he is so confident is because he knows the characters of Sun Wukong, Tang Sanzang, Zhu Xiaomei, and Xiaoyuli. But although they are people arranged by fate, they are also people who are beyond fate. It is not an easy task for the 9 masters to control their destiny. In the end, they may get burned. After all, although they are all chess pieces, who is willing to be a chess piece? The chess pieces also want to jump out of the chessboard and become chess players, and they cannot let the chess players control their own destiny. Especially the unruly Sun Wukong. She hates people controlling her the most. If she discovers the conspiracy behind the 9 masters, she may be a rebellion. This is the uncontrollable spiritual stone monkey, fighting against the heaven and the earth. Of course, it is not just Sun Wukong. Tang San is buried, Xiaoyuli and Zhu Xiaomei are also the same. They are all problem children and will never be manipulated by others. That kind of thing. And they are also extremely smart. No clues can escape their eyes. However, the people who enter the 6 Paths universe are not only the 9 masters, but also the masters of other universes and many visitors from foreign lands. It seems that there are indeed many guests. Furukawa touched his chin. He could sense that many universe masters from the origin continent had secretly lurked into the 6 Paths universe at this moment. They were distributed throughout the 6 Paths universe. Some were lurking in secret, and some were doing things in a high-profile manner. And some have begun to get involved in the general trend to stir up troubles. It can be said that these masters of the universe are very active in the 6 Path universe. Don't they know that the 6 Path reincarnation has become the battlefield for the masters? If the ordinary masters of the universe are involved, if they are with it, they may not even know how to die. Of course, they already know this, but even so, they still sneak into the 6 Paths of reincarnation. The reason is actually very simple. It is because these masters of the universe have seen the 6 Paths of reincarnation. There was a huge opportunity, so I gave up everything, sneaked into the 6 Paths of reincarnation, and became a member of the 6 Paths of reincarnation. You must know that even the 9 masters have to frantically snatch the authority of the 6 Paths of reincarnation, almost trying their best. It is conceivable that the 6 Paths of reincarnation contains what an opportunity. These lords of the universe were extremely courageous and saw this as an opportunity to transcend, so they ventured into the 6 Paths of reincarnation, hoping to find some opportunities. It is true that they have no hope of having the authority of the 6 Paths of reincarnation. After all, they have been, how could they possibly seize the things that the great master was eyeing, so they could only give up. But even so, if they could not obtain the authority of the 6 Paths of reincarnation, then it would be okay for them to become the true gods of the 6 Paths of reincarnation and obtain a certain degree of authority. This is their plan. They must snatch a ticket for Noah's Ark in the endless troubled times, and the 6 Paths universe is a reincarnation ship traveling across the cosmic sea. Interesting. Furukawa smiled slightly and sensed the lords of the universe hidden everywhere in the 6 Paths universe. Although from the general perspective, these lords of the universe are nothing at all. After all, in front of the 9 lords, these lords of the universe are just ants. Simply not worth mentioning. But no matter how weak they are, they can still play a role to varying degrees. They may be able to fish in troubled waters in such a chaotic situation, thus affecting the trend of the situation. He will never underestimate any little person. In fact, many major events in history often just come from the unconscious behavior of some small people. This is actually one of the torrents of fate. The Lord of the Universe from the origin continent? He actually dared to sneak into the 6 Paths of reincarnation, which was quite courageous, but it was not a bad thing to have these variables to disrupt the situation. Furukawa squinted his eyes, revealing a glimmer of light. For him, the more variables, the better. After all, only the superposition of many variables can disintegrate the situation arranged by the 9 masters. To a certain extent, look, these masters of the universe may be companions. So, he has no intention of paying attention to the actions of these masters of the universe. Letting them stay in the 6 paths of reincarnation may play an unimaginable role at a critical moment and disrupt the layout of the masters. When the struggle for supremacy among the 6 paths ends, it is time to duel with the master. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He could sense the general trend of the future of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Obviously, once the struggle for supremacy among the 6 paths is over and the gods return, the 9 masters will definitely take action and join forces to beat him to death, thereby grabbing the 6 paths of reincarnation. The position of the Lord holds the authority over the 6 paths of reincarnation. This is also a great opportunity that they have planned for a long time, and there is no way they will miss it. What he needs to do now is very simple, that is, continue to accumulate his own strength and completely consolidate his dominance. With his cultivation level, he would have a certain degree of confidence when facing the siege of the 9 masters. Vaguely, he seemed to see a future where he was about to compete head-on with the 9 masters. This battle would definitely affect the entire universe. The terrible battle in the sea must be earth-shattering and worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1293. But before the duel, you still need to be prepared. Furukawa touched his chin. After all, if it comes to a critical moment, any conspiracy and tricks are actually not important. What is important is the real fight between each other's strength. No one can retreat. As the so-called blacksmithing requires oneself to be tough, now the most important thing is to enhance one's own strength.
Wow.
In an instant, he was immersed in the depths of the sea of consciousness. From the depths of the sea of consciousness, endless magical powers flowed, including Chaos Bagua Technique, Chaos Sealing Technique, and Forest Technique. Luo Wanxiang Technique, True Lies, Parallel World Technique, Ragnarok, Wandering Treasure Collection Hand, Substitute Death Technique, Destiny Fist, Cause, and Effect Barrier, etc. Immediately, countless magical powers began to flow into his heart. The endless secrets of magic were completely revealed deep in Furukawa's heart. After being promoted to the realm of domination, he felt that his understanding of the law of origin had improved to a higher level, and his understanding of magic, the mastery of magic, has reached a level unprecedented in ancient times. So that's it. Is this the power of the law of origin? Furukawa suddenly realized that he felt that at this moment, his power of magic has reached a higher level. This is a domination magic that only the master can master. Every domination magic involves the law of origin and the root of the cosmic sea. It is easy to distort the law of the avenue and modify the law of the avenue. This is like the most fundamental power. No magic power can compete with it. This is actually the power of origin that only the master can master. Even if it is just a ray of power of the law of origin, are not comparable to the peak title Lord of the universe. This is no longer a gap in strength, but purely a gap in quality. Just like the comparison between tofu and diamond, no matter how much tofu is thrown at it, it is impossible to damage the diamond at all. The gap between the two is even larger than the two substances mentioned above. The power of magic is even more powerful. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. He felt that the power of every magic technique in his body had risen to the level of domination, especially the techniques of parallel worlds, true lies, substitutionary death techniques, etc. that he had mastered before. These techniques, the power seems to be able to trace back to its roots and contains the laws of origin. For example, the art of parallel worlds is just an illusion that confuses the real with the fake. It can create countless parallel worlds, but the enemy cannot distinguish the real from the fake. But after being promoted to the level of dominance after the spell, the art of parallel worlds has suddenly become a real spell and is no longer as simple as an illusion. It can be said that if he casts the art of parallel worlds on a universe, he can cut the universe into countless pieces in an instant plane, turning it into multiple parallel universes. Each parallel universe is real, not an illusion. Even the beings in these parallel universes will not even notice that the origin of their bodies has been weakened countless times in an instant. The reason why he can do this is because he has mastered the power of the law of origin and the power of the master, so he can easily twist and modify the law of the Great Avenue. This is the incredible power of the master, which completely surpasses the title of the Lord of the Universe.
Realm.
For example, True Lies. This is a heaven-defying level of magic that can reverse cause and effect, reverse time and space, and reverse destiny. This magic itself is almost omnipotent. But after being promoted to the Dominator level, this magic is even more terrifying. Even the Master can temporarily deceive and reverse the cause and effect between each other. Once this magic is used, any lie can be turned into truth, and any truth can be turned into a lie. This is the reversal of reality, the supreme power to reverse illusion and reality. This method of modifying destiny and the power of cause and effect is simply chilling. It is like the supreme power that can only be mastered by the God of creation. Once it is displayed, it will definitely shock the past and the present. Another example is the magical power of Destiny, Divine Fist. It is a magical power that is condensed by the endless torrent of fate and the erosion of fate. It is infinitely powerful. Kill with one punch and gather the endless erosion of destiny. Power. Even if the master faces this punch, he will probably be injured and eroded by the endless power of fate. After being promoted to the master level, there is no doubt that this boxing method has been upgraded to a more terrifying realm. Especially Furukawa's soul having reached the level of domination, he can sense the endless power of fate deep in the river of fate, and can even control the tributaries of fate. He can control the power of these tributaries of fate, swallow the endless power of fate, and condense it into himself. A pair of fists, and then blast it out in vain, will definitely cause damage that has never been seen in ancient times. It is estimated that this punch alone can destroy many universes, and even the origin continent will be hit with a deep crack, giving birth to a huge canyon. Is this the domination technique? It is indeed extremely mysterious. Furukawa was amazed. He was almost immersed in his research on the domination technique, because the mysteries contained in it are endless and can be explored forever. He also understood why the domination may pass through tens of thousands or even people in one retreat. In the hundreds of thousands of years of reincarnation in the universe, this is not as simple as falling asleep. Instead, they are immersed in the tracing of the law of origin, which makes them feel extremely happy. Time has passed unknowingly, and they cannot detect it at all. It's the same feeling. It seems that I still know too little about the power of the dominance level, and it still takes a lot of time to understand it. Furukawa's eyes showed a glimmer of light. To be honest, even though he seems to have been promoted to the realm of domination now, and has mastered the power of 2.5 billion universe reincarnations, after all, he has just been promoted to the realm of domination. In fact, he still has no grasp of the power of domination. It is not very familiar, and it takes a certain amount of time to get used to it, so that you can have a huge understanding of your own body and power of dominance. Only by thoroughly understanding and mastering it can you be considered to have dominance-level combat power. Otherwise, it is very likely that you will, at the critical moment, he was beaten to death by other masters.
Boom.
I saw that with Furukawa's body as the center, the laws of time and space around him were distorted. The flow of time seemed to be completely different from the outside world, and no one knew how many times it had been artificially accelerated. It can be said that for 1 second in the outside world, tens of thousands of years may have passed within this area. If a mortal enters this time zone, he will die of old age in an instant. And he just wants to distort the laws of time and space to buy more time for himself to practice. By the time the struggle for supremacy among the 6 paths ends, he may have spent hundreds of millions of epochs practicing. With so much time to practice, Furukawa will be able to completely master the power he will have after he is promoted to a master. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1294. At this time, in the Six Paths universe, a certain country in the human world. Is this the world where the Six Paths of reincarnation exists? In an instant, a figure appeared in a forest somewhere. He looked at the surrounding environment curiously, and he was the Lord of the Universe from the Origin continent. In order to know the secret of the Six Paths of reincarnation, he risked a huge risk. Secretly sneaked into the Six Paths of reincarnation, and even he was forcibly transformed into a Six Paths sentient being. His name is Wuxia. But it is such a terrifying universe that it actually directly forcibly transformed my attributes, allowing me to transform into a six-path sentient being and become an indigenous life of this universe. Wuxia was amazed. To be honest, he spent a huge price and was mentally prepared when he sneaked into the Six Paths of reincarnation. He knew that he had entered an incredible place. After all, the Six Paths of reincarnation has even the 9 masters to fight for it. The secrets of the cosmic treasure can be imagined, and it is definitely not something that the Lord of the Universe can resist. But after entering the Six Paths of reincarnation, he realized that he really underestimated the power of the Six Paths of reincarnation. Generally speaking, when entering a strange universe, because you are not a native of this universe, you'll be rejected by the original laws of this universe. This is just like a virus cell entering the human body and will be killed by the body's immune system. So for other universes for life, entering a strange universe is extremely dangerous. If you are not strong enough, you will easily be killed by the origin of the universe. But the six-path universe is completely different. No matter if any life enters the six-path reincarnation, it does not matter. What universe do they come from, and where do they come from? Once they enter the Six Paths of reincarnation, they will immediately have their attributes deep in their souls changed, deprived of their true spirit, and integrated into the deepest part of the Six Paths of reincarnation. This is simply forcibly changing their cosmic attributes, as if they were forcibly changed. It doesn't matter whether the other party agrees or disagrees with his nationality. To be honest, Wuxia, as the Lord of the Universe, has lived for more than tens of millions of universe reincarnation years. He is already strong enough and can be regarded as a first-line combat power. Even if he enters, he was not afraid of the chaotic universe. But after entering the Six Paths of reincarnation, he found that the power he was so proud of was a huge joke in front of the origin of the Six Paths of the universe and was not worth mentioning at all. Even if he wanted to resist the Six Paths of reincarnation, it is impossible to prevent the other party from changing his attributes. He is like a fish in the depths of the sea, unable to compete with the power of the sea. This is because the gap between them is so big that it is simply impossible to use numbers to measure it. Because of this, Wuxia was directly transformed into a six-path sentient being and became a native of the six-path universe. The previous attributes of the universe have completely disappeared. Is this why the 9 masters compete for the 6 realms of reincarnation? If this kind of overbearing, unreasonable, and all-devouring reincarnation power continues to develop like this, it will definitely sweep across the entire cosmic sea. Wuxia's eyes revealed a glimmer of light. In just a moment, he could see the horror of the 6 paths of reincarnation. These 6 paths of reincarnation are simply gluttons that come without hesitation, devouring all matter and life. Because the 6 paths of reincarnation are powerful enough, is strong enough, and can embrace all rivers, so it doesn't worry at all that those foreign creatures can cause any harm to the 6 paths universe itself. Therefore, it continuously swallows endless lives and improves its strength at a geometric rate, as if like a giant beast of the cosmic sea, it sweeps across the world. Before long, I am afraid that the entire cosmic sea will be occupied by it. Sure enough, the decision to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation was correct. Those timid fools were still watching the show outside. They had no idea how drastic changes the times had taken place. If they could not keep up with the times, they would only be eliminated. Wuxian thought of the hesitant masters of the universe outside with great pity. In his eyes, those masters of the universe who dare not enter the 6 paths of reincarnation have already been eliminated. Now the only way to enter the 6 paths is to enter the 6 paths. Only in reincarnation can we find a glimmer of hope for the future era. All previous orders will be completely broken by the 6 reincarnations. Those who cannot keep up with the times will have no choice but to disappear in the long river of history. However, this universe is so perfect, like a sophisticated machine, without any flaws. The 6 worlds are endless, circulating with each other, forming reincarnation, and no life can go out or come in. Wuxian's eyes showed a glimmer of light. As the Lord of the universe, he has the power of tens of millions of reincarnations in the universe. His eyes are so vicious that he can instantly see the subtleties of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The human world, the heavenly world, the 6 realms of the animal world, the hell realm, the evil ghost realm, and the Azura realm merge together, just like life and death, cause and effect, yin and yang, light and darkness. They are intertwined with each other to form the perfect life and death. The power of reincarnation is like a perfect circle which cannot be broken at all, without any gaps. After entering the 6 paths of reincarnation, they can no longer escape from reincarnation, as if they have entered the cage of reincarnation. For a lifetime, it is also impossible to escape. At the same time, it is difficult for outsiders to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation if the Lord of the 6 paths of reincarnation is not willing, and the defense of the reincarnation is extremely powerful, many times more powerful than the gate of eternal life in the chaotic universe. When the gate was first born, many masters of the universe with the highest title joined forces, but they were unable to harm the gate of reincarnation. Today, as the 6 paths of reincarnation evolve again and again and devour the universe again and again, the original energy has increased to a level unprecedented in ancient times. I am afraid that even the Lord cannot break through the gate of reincarnation. It can be said that the 6 paths of reincarnation has become the strongest defensive treasure. A cage? After a while, maybe it won't be a prison anymore. Wuxian narrowed his eyes. For them, the masters of the universe, the current 6 reincarnations are naturally a prison. Once they enter, it will be difficult for them to escape from the 6 realms of reincarnation. This is simply equivalent to giving up everything in the outside world. No, even with considerable courage and extraordinary wisdom, I am afraid that he cannot make the decision to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. But his vision is extremely long-term and is not limited to the present. As the 6 paths of reincarnation continues to evolve and swallows up many universes, I am afraid that the 6 paths universe will gain another evolution, may then sweep across the entire cosmic sea and expand its territory to every corner of the cosmic sea. Will the 6 paths universe still be considered a cage by then? I'm afraid this is already the only universe between heaven and earth. There is no way out. In fact, it doesn't make much difference even if he goes out. So he doesn't care about the characteristics of 6 paths of reincarnation at all. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1295. It's a pity that my strength cannot be restored to its peak for the time being. After sorting out his thoughts, Wuxian discovered that his strength had only reached the realm of true immortal realm, which was far behind his peak cultivation level. But he also knew that he was entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. One of the prices that needs to be paid is that, after all, completely changing the attributes of his soul and transforming him into a six-path sentient being will inevitably temporarily seal his cultivation. Of course, this does not mean that his cultivation is completely gone, but that it is temporarily sealed. It's just that it will take an extremely long time for him to return to his peak cultivation level. He needs a certain amount of time to lift the seals on himself bit by bit and restore his strength. Of course, such a speed is naturally faster than his own. I don't know how much faster it is to practice again. After all, it's just to restore strength. There is no need to put in effort to practice hard anymore. But the original power of this universe is too amazing. The energy of origin is everywhere. Isn't this almost the same as the continent of origin? Wuxian circulated the energy in his body for a while, swallowing the energy that filled the world. Suddenly, he discovered that what he was swallowing and absorbing was not the ordinary source energy, but the origin energy. This is the most advanced in the entire universe. This energy is not something that the ordinary universe can possess. In the entire cosmic sea, only the origin continent can produce such energy. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the origin continent has become the center of the cosmic sea. It is precisely because of such a unique world environment. It is extremely suitable for the masters of the universe to practice and survive. That is why the origin continent has become the paradise of the masters of the universe and the center of all heavens and worlds. But what does he sense now? This six-path universe is actually filled with countless. Origin energy is not only possessed by one place, but every place contains huge origin energy. It is as if the entire Six Paths universe has become a holy land for cultivation. If he had not confirmed it repeatedly, he would have thought that he had not entered. Instead of leaving the Six Paths universe, he returned to the continent of origin. This is really unbelievable. The aura of heaven and earth, the laws of the Great Road, and the resources here are not much different from the continent of origin. Even if they're a little different, they are still extremely close. Wuxian was extremely amazed. To be honest, if he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, how could he have dared to believe that there was actually a universe comparable to the origin continent in the universe sea? In his tens of millions of universe reincarnations, let alone he has seen such a thing, even if he has never heard of it, the Lord of the universe, no matter how rich his imagination is, cannot imagine such a thing. He feels that his cultivation in this six-path universe is not much different from his cultivation in the origin continent. If you practice in a place like this, doesn't it mean that all the mortals here are extremely powerful? Countless lords of the universe will be born here. Thinking of this, Wuxian suddenly felt awe-inspiring. He could imagine that there must be countless top powerhouses hidden in this six-path universe. This is just like the origin continent. No one knows what is hidden inside. How many old monsters, no matter how powerful the cultivator is, cannot act too arbitrarily. Not to mention that now that his cultivation has been temporarily sealed, he only has the strength of the true fairyland. Such strength is completely unable to be arrogant in this universe. Get up. Whoosh. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the ground. It was an old man wearing a blue robe, with a long white beard and an amiable look. He appeared directly in front of the Immortal. Who are you? Immediately Wuxian became extremely vigilant. Staring at this uninvited guest who suddenly appeared, he felt a little nervous. After all, he was a stowaway from the outside world, and at the same time, his strength was sealed. So, he was naturally wary of this six-path universe. If the other party has bad intentions, he might be able to kill him. If this happens, it would be a joke. The August Lord of the Universe is actually beheaded by a native of the universe. Killing, this can be included in the top 10 jokes of the year in Origin Continent. Therefore, he is naturally very cautious. If anything goes wrong, he will run away immediately. Don't be nervous. I am the landowner of this land and am responsible for the jurisdiction of this area. Now that I see strange visitors, I naturally need to ask. The old man in blue robes smiled slightly and said that he is the lord of the land, the little god who governs this land.
What?
Such a barren land is actually governed by gods. Hearing this, Fa Wuxian was immediately surprised. He didn't expect that the nearby area was just an uninhabited place, but there were gods who govern this area. Of course, in the entire Six Paths universe, no matter how desolate the land is, it will be under the jurisdiction of the land government. We are the gods of the land, and everything that happens on the land is under our management. The old man in blue robe smiled kindly. He said that he was actually equivalent to the police on a piece of land. It's just that the scope of the police's jurisdiction is a bit larger and the manpower is a bit short, but the responsibilities are actually the same. Is there such a thing? Wuxian immediately felt awe-inspiring. He could feel the tightness of the six-path universe. It seemed that there was an unimaginably huge force that governed the entire six-path universe. This was a transcendent force that surpassed all forces, so he could establishing rules throughout the Six Paths universe and asking all ascetics to abide by such rules. This is also unheard of. Just like the continent of origin, this land area is vast and countless races have survived. With all their power, they are all divided into one party, just like a prince. It can be said that the rules they set will only be effective within their own jurisdiction. After going outside their own jurisdiction, such rules will have no effect. Also because in this way, the origin continent has no unified rules so far, just like in the barbaric era, and no one can have the absolute upper hand. Perhaps the Nine Masters can achieve this if they join forces, but the Nine Masters have no way to unify the origin continent. Any interest, so the origin continent has not been unified so far. However, Fa Wuxian felt that the Six Paths universe he entered had probably been completely unified by a transcendent force, and what he was about to face was an unimaginably large and rigorous organization. Suddenly, he felt that the pressure he faced was extremely strong. It was not an easy task to find opportunities in such a tightly organized world. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1296. I don't know who is under your jurisdiction? Fa Wuxian asked calmly. He wanted to find out the other party's true identity and know his background. There is nothing to hide. We are all under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Court, and we Tudong are just one of the minor gods. We can be regarded as the civil servants of the Heavenly Court. The old man in blue robe smiled slightly and said that he was just a small civil servant in the heaven. He worked from 9 to 5. He was very ordinary and not worth mentioning. He didn't mind revealing his identity. After all, his identity had already been revealed. Everyone knows it. Heavenly Court. Fa Wuxian's eyes couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of light. It is estimated that this so-called Heavenly Court is probably the superpower that rules the entire Six-Path universe. This power's tentacles are all over every corner of the Six-Path universe. If you want to make a name for yourself in the Six Paths universe, you probably have to deal with the Heavenly Court. After all, every piece of land is managed by a god. You can only imagine how many subordinates there are in the Heavenly Court. There are probably countless similar landlords. I see, but I don't know why this fellow Taoist suddenly appeared. Fa Wuxian asked the other party why he came. He felt that the old man suddenly appeared in front of him. He couldn't possibly like to make friends, so he greeted him. He must have come with a certain degree of purpose. If I guess correctly, Taoist friends come from the outside world and have just transformed into 6 realms of beings. The old man in blue robe asked with a smile, looking at Fa Wuxian.
What?
Hearing this, Fa Wuxian's hair stood up, and he felt chills. He almost got angry. He thought he had nothing. There was no leakage, so how could someone see through his identity all of a sudden? But after all, he is an old monster who has lived for who knows how long. He is not so impulsive anymore and will not kill the other party because of such changes. Of course, the most important thing is what's more, he is very afraid of the other party's identity as a civil servant in heaven. Who knows if killing him will be like poking a hornet's nest. He entered the 6 realms of reincarnation to gain benefits, not to cause trouble. Before he was forced into a desperate situation, he still wants to resolve these issues peacefully. How did you know? Fa Wuxian couldn't help but ask. Haha, this is naturally what the land book in my hand shows. Any sentient being in the 6 paths who has not been registered in the heaven will be shown on it. Your identity has never been registered in the land book, so you must be a person who has just reincarnated into the 6 realms of beings. The old man in blue robe smiled slightly. Actually, this is not my unique ability. No matter where you appear in the 6 paths universe, your identity will be monitored. There was a mysterious book in his hand, which seemed to be condensed from the laws of the Great Road, and was filled with the aura of immortality. This. Fa Wuxian was taken aback. Although he knew that this so-called heavenly court controlled the entire 6 paths universe and even established a huge force that spread throughout every corner of the 6 paths universe. But he did not expect that this heavenly court force would be so terrifying. Every life that enters the 6 paths universe will be recorded by the heavenly court, and no one will be missed. This is simply a complete surveillance. No outsider can hide. No wonder he can detect his identity as an outsider in an instant. At this time, the old man in blue robe seemed to have seen through Fa Wuxian's thoughts and said, in fact, fellow Taoists don't need to worry too much about their identities being exposed. This is actually a very normal thing in the 6 paths universe. Because the 6 realms of reincarnation are devouring the universe all the time, the number of lives transformed into 6 realms of sentient beings every year is countless and cannot be measured by numbers at all. In addition to those lives, there are actually a lot of extraterrestrial beings who try to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation every year, and fellow Taoist is just one of them, which is not surprising at all. And for the 6 paths universe itself, the increase in the number of lives is actually a good thing. The 6 paths universe is also an immigrant-type universe, so all kinds of immigrants are eager for talents. He said that this matter is nothing in the 6 paths universe. Immigration-type universe. Hearing this, Fa Wuxian could not use any words to describe his mood at the moment. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. This type of universe actually welcomes foreign immigrants. After all, among the many universes in the universe C, which one is not strictly guarding against extraterrestrial creatures, and is wary of every possible way, for fear that they will cause great harm to the universe itself. But the 6 paths universe is very good, and is extremely welcoming to outsiders. If you join, you don't have to worry about any trouble caused by these outsiders. But if you think about it carefully, this is the confidence of the 6 paths universe. It is precisely because the 6 paths universe is so outrageously powerful that even the master cannot do anything about the 6 paths of reincarnation. So those outside the territory, no matter how many weird abilities those outsiders are proficient in, they cannot cause any great harm to the inner world of the 6 paths universe. This is the confidence that only the strongest universe can have, and it is not afraid of outsiders at all. Don't know what I should do? Thinking of this, Fa Wuxian couldn't help but ask. The so-called peace of mind comes as it comes. Since there is no way to resist the power of the 6 paths universe, he can only accept it obediently. It's very simple. Just register your basic information and information. In this way, you will be recorded in heaven. No matter where you travel, no one will trouble you, and you can even travel to many cities. The old man in blue robe explained, of course, if you don't register, you may not be able to move anywhere in the 6 paths universe. It is impossible for you to enter the cities controlled by the heavens, and you can only live in the deserted and chaotic void. If you think this is okay, you don't have to register your own information. Threat. This is completely a threat. Fa Wuxian's mouth twitched. Since he came to the 6 paths universe, he naturally wants to integrate into the 6 paths universe and find opportunities to gain huge opportunities. If he stays in those places where there is nothing in the chaotic void, is this opportunity wasted? He is not a fool, so he naturally knows how to choose. Moreover, the registration information is only simple basic information. At most, he knows his name, but there is no way to know it. His deepest secret. So he is not worried about being held by heaven. Good. Thinking of this, Fa Wuxian made a quick decision and immediately agreed to register his information. Haha, Taoist friends are still sensible. The old man in blue robe smiled slightly. It didn't take long for Fa Wuxian to leave his basic information in Tubo. He also had his own identity in the Six Paths universe. He was no longer a black man and could appear openly and openly. In any city, all credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1297. Whoosh. Fa Wuxian's figure flashed, and he immediately left Dagong and came to a nearby human city. It's such a lively city, more vibrant than cities on the continent of origin. Fa Wuxian's eyes flashed with a glint. Hearing this, Fa Wuxian fell silent immediately. He also had to admit this. The Six-Path universe that had swallowed up countless lords of the universe had indeed become extremely terrifying. The resources alone made the Six-Path universe begin. It can be initially compared to the continent of origin. Therefore, the emergence of some treasures that can easily deal with the Lord of the Universe is not incredible, or even a matter of course. Of course, the Lord of the Iron Crown did not dare to escape from prison, and the reason why he chose to move bricks obediently was not only for this reason. The group of friends continued. Is there any other reason? What does this mean? Fa Wuxian couldn't help but ask. You should know the Lord of Pingqiu.
A group friend said.
Of course, we know that the Lord of Pingqiu is also a famous group member in the group. His strength is infinitely close to the peak title of Lord of the Universe, and he has at least 80 million cosmic reincarnation powers. Wuxia nodded. He naturally knew the famous Lord of Pingqiu. He was one of the big guys in the group. He often gave advice to the group members. Who was not familiar with the Lord of Pingqiu? To be honest, he didn't know the Lord of Pingqiu. I have received many favors from the Lord of Pingqiu. The Lord of Pingqiu also fell. The group of friends sighed with emotion.
What?
The Lord of Pingqiu was also killed? What does this mean? Could it be that he was also caught and punished like the Lord of the Iron Crown to dig in the mines and move bricks? Fa Wuxian was stunned and asked questions continuously. He knew how cautious the Lord of Pingqiu was as the Lord of the Universe. Before he understood the situation, he would never act rashly like the Lord of the Iron Crown. But the old man who is so cautious now, he actually also fell into the Six Paths of Reincarnation. Haha, catch him? It wasn't just as simple as being caught. To be honest, he had already been killed. A group friend sneered and told a cruel fact. Killed? Who can kill him? Fa Wuxian was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe what he heard. One of the big guys in the group actually fell into trouble. He was already cold before he even started. Naturally, he was killed by the gods in heaven. A group friend said, and the Lord of Pingqiu was not killed in the true immortal realm. Ever since the Lord of Pingqiu came in, he has been struggling, developing silently, and recovering to his peak cultivation level in a very short time. Then the Lord of Pingqiu began to expand and felt that he was ready, so he began to occupy the mountain and become the king, hoping to establish power and occupy a place in the Six Paths universe. Due to the power of the title Lord of the Universe, the Lord of Pingqiu naturally developed extremely quickly, causing quite a stir in the heavens. He became a rebel king with many subordinates. He was even a little swollen and began to challenge the heavens.
Rule.
If you think about it carefully, you can't blame the Lord of Pingqiu. After all, according to the power that is close to the peak title of the Lord of the Universe, even in the origin continent, not many forces can compete with his power. But he still underestimated the power of heaven. His unscrupulousness angered the top officials of heaven. As a result, a heavenly god personally took action, holding a sword of heaven and the sword of reincarnation. With just one sword blow, the Lord of Pingqiu was chopped to death alive. He couldn't even hold on for a second, and all his backhands were of no use. The Lord of Pengqiu felt cold on the spot.
What?
Hearing this, Fa Wuxian trembled all over. It was simply unbelievable. To be honest, he had constantly overestimated the power of heaven, but now he still underestimated it. He actually killed Pengqiuji with one sword. Lord, what a terrifying power this is. You must know that the Lord of Pengqiu is not an ordinary Lord of the universe, but a Lord of the universe whose power is close to the peak. He has the power of 80 million cosmic reincarnations, and his power is simply earth-shattering. But now a righteous god appeared in heaven, holding a divine sword, and chopped the Lord of Pengqiu to death without even struggling. Moreover, the power of the Lord of Pengqiu has returned to its peak, not in a sealed state. This is even more shocking to Wuxian, because Tianting really has the power to kill the peak title of Lord of the Universe. Even if his current cultivation level returns to the peak level, he will still die. This is an amazing fact. To be honest, he never expected that besides the origin continent, there would be such a terrifying force. This was simply earth-shattering news. For the first time, Fa Wuxian felt a sincere fear after entering the 6 paths of reincarnation. What he entered was not a universe, but a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Now he had the urge to run away. To be honest, it was because of this incident that the Lord of the Iron Crown was completely frightened, so that the Lord of the Iron Crown no longer dared to act rashly, and even did not dare to escape from prison, so he served his sentence obediently. The group of friends said in a deep voice. The corner of Fa Wuxian's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. To be honest, isn't this a matter of course? The death of Lord Pengqiu greatly shocked many titled lords of the universe. This is simply killing chickens. Horrible monkey, it is not just as simple as scaring the Lord of the Iron Crown. All the lords of the universe are probably frightened. This is obviously a warning to the many lords of the universe not to cause trouble casually in the 6 paths universe. Otherwise, Pengqiu will the death of the Lord is the fate of all of you. Even if you restore your peak cultivation level, even if you are the peak title of Lord of the Universe, if you dare to cause trouble in the 6 paths universe, you'll be hacked to death, without any discussion. And the strength of the Iron Crown Lord, although it is good, it is still not as good as the Lord of Pengqiu, not to mention that his cultivation is sealed. Even if he really recovers all his cultivation, if he offends the heaven, he will be dead. The most important thing is to enter the 6 realms of reincarnation. There is no way to escape. This is a reincarnation cage that can only be entered, but cannot be exited. Therefore, if you offend the heaven, you will definitely die. It is because of this that the Lord of the Iron Crown is now a grandson. Keep your eyebrows down, and strive for leniency from heaven. If you behave better, your sentence may be reduced. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. The Primitive Ancient Snake. Chapter 1300. Of course, to some extent, the Lord of Pengqiu is not dead. At this time, a group member changed his voice and said that the Lord of Pengqiu was not actually dead. Not dead? What does it mean? Hearing this, Fa Wuxian was stunned, not knowing what the other party meant. I'm afraid you don't know the special nature of the 6 paths of reincarnation. All living beings in the 6 paths are immortal. The group of friends said categorically, as if there was a different flavor in the words.
Immortal existence?
What exactly does this mean? Don't tell me. Fa Wuxian couldn't help but ask. All lives that enter the 6 paths of reincarnation will automatically have their true souls engraved in the reincarnation and fall under the jurisdiction of the reincarnation. Even if they really die, their souls will be protected by the 6 paths of reincarnation and enter the reincarnation for reincarnation. The group of friends said, so Lord Pengqiu is dead on the surface, but in fact his soul has entered reincarnation and started the next reincarnation. Do you mean that the Lord of Pengqiu is dead on the surface, but has actually been reincarnated into other lives? Wuxian was very shocked. He could feel the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Lord of Mysteries, any living being in the 6 paths is an immortal existence. As long as the 6 paths of reincarnation is not destroyed, then all living beings will not die. Even if the 6 paths of reincarnation is not destroyed, all living beings will not die. Even if the Master personally takes action, he cannot completely destroy the soul of any life. This is the special characteristic of the 6-path beings. In an instant, he immediately felt the terror of the 6-path reincarnation and the sorrow of life in the outside world. Because after becoming a 6-path being, no matter what you can come back and be resurrected no matter how many times you die. This is simply more opportunities than other people. But as for the life in the outside world, if you die once, you are done with it. There is no second chance at all. How sad this is. In fact, this is simply a short-lived species. As a result, one can imagine that with reincarnation again and again, the power of sentient beings in the 6 paths will continue to become stronger, and the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation will also grow at a geometric rate. Over time, the 6 paths of reincarnation it is almost inevitable that the life of the human being has grown to a point that is beyond the reach of outside life. It is no wonder that the 9 masters are crazy about fighting for the lives in the 6 realms of reincarnation. Obviously, according to the knowledge of the 9 masters and the danger of the 6 realms of life, if you don't take the 6 realms of reincarnation into your own hands, they will be completely overthrown in the future. That's right, and the Lord of Wuxia has not only been reincarnated once, but has been reincarnated hundreds of times so far. A group friend said solemnly, "What's the meaning? Reincarnated hundreds of times?" According to his power, which he calls the Lord of the Universe, wouldn't it be possible to die hundreds of times? Wuxian was stunned and unable to understand the current situation. Is reincarnation such a simple thing? A group member sneered. Unless you have connections in hell and can influence the decision of the King of Hell, your next reincarnation is basically random. You may be reincarnated as a grass, you may be reincarnated as a fly, etc. An ant, or reincarnated into an ordinary bird or beast, etc. Only with extremely good luck can one be reincarnated as an intelligent being, a human being, a demon race, a machine race, etc. This is actually a huge opportunity in reincarnation. If you are unlucky and are reincarnated as low-level beings, you will not be able to unlock wisdom throughout your life. You will have to live in a muddle through life and continue reincarnation in the next life. And even if you are extremely lucky and reincarnate as an intelligent being, if you are born into an ordinary family, you will probably be inactive all your life and unable to stand out. No, is reincarnation so scary? According to Lord Wuxia's many years of cultivation experience, even if he is reincarnated into the most ordinary life, he can cultivate to an extremely high level. Wuxian feels that this kind of thing is too unbelievable. Even if the Lord of the Universe falls, he is still the Lord of the Universe. The knowledge mastered by a strong man of this level is not comparable to those of mortals. Even if he loses everything, he is still the Lord of the Universe. With their own cultivation, they can also rely on these experiences and knowledge to rise again and climb to the top again. If the Lord of Wuxia has memory, then it is not impossible to restore his peak cultivation level. The problem is that after reincarnation, the memory of all souls will be cleansed and turned into a blank sheet of paper for reincarnation. Only special opportunities can Lord Wuxia awaken the memory of his previous life. However, Lord Wuxia has never awakened the memory of his previous life in hundreds of lives, so he has never been able to escape from the body of reincarnation and can only continue to reincarnate. A group friend said that after entering reincarnation, all memories will be erased. It is impossible for these souls to be reincarnated with memories. This is a taboo in reincarnation. I see, but the Lord of Wuxia is fellow Taoists like us. Is there no way we can help him awaken his past life memories? Wuxian asked. Of course we want to help, but do you know how big the entire human world is? The area of the entire human world is equivalent to 100,000th of the cosmic sea. In such a vast and boundless area, if you ask us to search for the Lord of Pengqiu, isn't this looking for a needle in a haystack? A group friend said helplessly.
This.
Fa Wuxian was stunned. 100,000th of the area of the universe ocean is indeed an astonishing number. Even if they recover their peak cultivation, they don't know how long it will take to cross such a huge area. What's more, their current cultivation level has not been completely restored, which makes it even more impossible to cross the human world. With such a vast area, they can only sigh in despair. So now you know we are simply powerless now. We can only watch the Lord of Pengqiu sinking in reincarnation, and we just hope that one day he can realize it on his own, the memory of his past life. Otherwise, no one can help him. A group friend said, helplessly. It can be said that it's not that they don't want to help, but they are just powerless. If this situation continues, it is estimated that the Lord of Pengqiu will not only be reincarnated for hundreds of lives, but may be reincarnated for hundreds of millions of lives. Although we will not die in the 6 paths of reincarnation, if we enter reincarnation, it will actually be the same as death. Not only will we lose our cultivation, but we will also lose our own memory. Even if we want to awaken, we will not know. How long do I need to wait? A group member couldn't help but sigh. He said that immortality in reincarnation is just a false proposition. There are only a handful of people who can truly maintain themselves even in the entire 6 realms of reincarnation. So don't be impulsive. Saving your own life is the most important thing. All credit goes to the original author. If you are the author and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please reach out at fabelversodio@gmail.com. Have a favorite novel you'd like to hear next? Leave a comment with your suggestions or vote for the next novel to be converted. Your feedback helps shape the future of Fabelverse. Let's make this community thrive together. If you enjoyed this journey through the Fabelverse, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next chapter. Want to support the storytellers behind the scenes? Check the description for donation links, author credits, and more. Until next time, stay curious and keep listening.